The boundless primordial realm. All the powerhouses who went to capture Lu Ming were killed by him. It was a shocking scene. The continent group of the Divine Ruins had an unprecedented shock. After this battle, the continent group of the Divine Ruins was destined to have a major reshuffling. Then, there was news that the Dragon God Valley was not destroyed and was safe and sound. The news that the Dragon God Valley had been destroyed was false. This piece of news made all the major factions keep quiet out of fear. They had no disloyalty towards Lu Ming and the Divine Wilderness continent. Even those peak experts had died. They didn't want to die. Furthermore, the Dragon God Valley had not been destroyed. Lu Ming was now a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Even if they were given 100 times more courage, they would not dare to touch the Divine Wilderness continent. The ancient Divine Ruin City, under the sacrificial altar. Lu Ming, if there's anything else you need to deal with, do it together. When you're done, we'll head to Dragon God Valley. Long Yuan Mountain said. Lu Ming looked towards the south. It was as if he had pierced through the void and landed on the Divine Wilderness continent. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head and said, "No, Senior, let's go." Before Lu Ming left, he had already made all the arrangements for the Divine Wilderness continent. And now, the matter of the Divine Ruins continent group had already been wrestle-levered, so he did not need to worry too much. The only thing he had to do now was to go to the Yuan continent and cultivate. When his cultivation improved, it would be easy for him to come back and visit. "Alright, let's go," Long Yuan Mountain said. The three of them ascended an ancient altar and stepped through the light door of the altar. Lu Ming seemed to have stepped into a void channel. Countless lights and shadows flashed in his surroundings. After an unknown period of time, his body shook and the light disappeared. Lu Ming found himself on an ancient stone platform. Looking around, he was surrounded by desolate mountains. Is this the Yuan continent? Lu Ming looked around curiously and stepped out of the stone platform. Boom! The moment he walked out of the stone platform, a terrifying pressure was exerted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he almost fell to his knees. He exerted some strength to stabilize his body. This is... Lu Ming felt that his body seemed to have become a few hundred times heavier. The surrounding air seemed to have become incomparably heavy and was constantly pressing down on his body. What's going on? Lu Ming was bewildered. He exerted force in his body to offset the external pressure. Lu Ming, do you feel that your body has become a few hundred times heavier? There's a strong pressure in the surroundings that's acting on you. Long Yuan Shan walked out of the stone platform and smiled. That's right. Deacon, what's going on? Lu Ming asked, feeling extremely curious. Lu Ming, if you want to understand what's going on, you must first have a rough outline of the entire primordial realm's geographical distribution. Long Yuan Shan said. Then, he waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky. On the image, there was a vast ocean. The primordial realm is a boundless ocean. In the ocean, there are countless continents, and the primordial continent is in the center of the ocean. Long Yuan Mountain stretched out its hand and in the center of the ocean, a continent appeared. This continent was very large. It occupied a large area even in the vast ocean. This was the Yuan continent. In the primordial realm, the primordial land is the center and spreads out. There are countless large and small continents. In fact, most of them can't be called continents and can only be considered islands. Long Yuan Mountain then waved his hand. With Yuan continent as the center, numerous black dots appeared on the ocean. These black dots were all continents. However, compared to the size of Yuan continent, they were like dust. Even some of the bigger ones couldn't be compared. The difference was too great. So many. Lu Ming gasped. He looked at the ocean and the countless black dots that were densely packed together. He was filled with shock. Could all of these be continents, continents like the Divine Wilderness continent? Senior, where is that Divine Ruins continent group? Lu Ming asked again. Here, here. Longyuan Mountain pointed to the vast ocean in the south of the Yuan continent, a corner that was extremely far away from the Yuan continent. There were some black dots scattered there. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Divine Ruins continent group was too far away from the Yuan continent, and it was also too small. It was like a speck of dust, almost negligible in the entire picture. Was this the Divine Ruins continent group that he had been living in? In the entire primordial realm, it was so small that it was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. The entire primordial realm is a complete macro world. It is also very strange. The primordial land is the center of the primordial realm. The laws of heaven and earth are also the most perfect and flawless. Therefore, the heaven and earth on the primordial land are stable and the original chi is rich. It is a true holy land for cultivation. With the Yuan continent as the center and spreading out, the laws of heaven and earth will become weaker and weaker. They will become more and more incomplete. The space will become extremely unstable and the origin energy will become thinner and thinner. You can easily tear space in the Divine Ruins continent group, but here, can you try? Longyuan Mountain explained to Lu Ming patiently. It's actually like this. Lu Ming was amazed. He took a deep breath and realized that the heaven and earth here was filled with rich origin energy. It was origin energy, not spirit energy. Here, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was very thin, and most of it was origin chi. He casually took a breath and the rolling original chi gathered in his body. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch. However, a shocking scene appeared. His fist only pierced through the air and made a terrible whistling sound. However, the space didn't move at all. There wasn't even a ripple. What a stable space! Unbelievable! In the Divine Ruins continent group, he could easily tear space and pierce through the void, but here, there was not even a ripple in the space. The closer we are to the Yuan continent, the more perfect the laws of heaven and earth are. Everything in the world is also the most perfect and stable. Naturally, the gravity will be stronger and the pressure that people will feel will be stronger. Longyuan Mountain explained. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground, causing the rocks to crack and a pit to appear. It's so hard. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He could clearly sense that the rocks here were just ordinary rocks and not some hard metal ore. Although he did not use his full strength, if he had been in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, a mountain range would have collapsed. However, here, it was only a pit. Even ordinary rocks were so hard. Longyuan Mountain was right. Everything in the world here had become more stable because of the perfection of the heaven and earth laws, far more stable than the continents of the Divine Ruins. The destructive power of a martial royal realm expert here would be much lower than that of the continent group of the Divine Ruins. Of course, it also meant that it would be more dangerous for martial artists to go out and take risks. This was because the power of nature had become stronger. Following that, Lu Ming soared into the sky and tried flying. As expected, the speed of flying here was at least a few dozen times slower than the Divine Ruins continents. Arriving at Dragon God Valley. Given Lu Ming's cultivation level, he would be tens of times slower even if he were to fly, let alone tear open space. Yuan continent, it is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you're wrong. This is not Yuan continent. Longyuan Mountain laughed. On the side, the Dragon Guard also smiled. Lu Ming's reaction was within their expectations. What? This isn't the Yuan continent. Lu Ming's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Yes, I am. Longyuan Shan waved his hand and the painting in the air disappeared. This is just a small island near the Yuan continent. In your eyes, this is a continent. If we are really in the Yuan continent, the pressure from the outside world will be stronger than this. Everything in the world will be more stable than this. What? Lu Ming was shocked. This place was not the Yuan continent, but an island near the Yuan continent. He was just close to the Yuan continent, but everything in the world was so stable. The pressure from the outside world was so strong. How terrifying would the true Yuan continent be? However, Lu Ming immediately thought of something. The cultivation environment here was already dozens of times better than the continent of the divine ruins. How good would the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent be? The pressure from the outside world was nothing. He would get used to it after some time. The cultivation environment was the most important thing. It could allow him to break through continuously. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with even more anticipation. Lu Ming, this is a transit point for outsiders to get used to it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you enter the Yuan continent at once. Long Yuan Shan explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded to express his understanding. Let's go. There should be other people here. We'll be staying here for half a month. Long Yuan Mountain said before walking forward. After crossing a huge mountain, he saw some attics in front of him. Lu Ming noticed that there were also some young people living there. The cultivation of these youths was very strong. There were those at the 8th, 9th, and even the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming saw the most powerful ones at the supreme level. He learned from Long Yuan Mountain that these young men were disciples recruited from various continents by Dragon God Valley. Like Lu Ming, they had stayed in their original continents because of some matters and had only gone to Dragon God Valley now. Therefore, there were not many of them, only about 100. Lu Ming was assigned to a room. The next half a month was mainly to adapt to the environment here. That was because the environment of the continent cluster of the Divine Ruins and the Yuan continent were too different. And NBSP, hoo. In the pavilion's courtyard, Lu Ming performed a set of fist techniques and his body was flying around. He allowed his body to slowly adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he also allowed the speed and frequency of the true essence in his meridians to adapt to this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped. He felt very comfortable. His body had also adapted to it slightly. In the beginning, when Lu Ming took action, he would either use more or less force. Now, he was much better. The origin chi here is really dense. Also, the intent realm of the heaven and earth is really clear. Lu Ming sensed carefully. Here, the intent realm of heaven and earth was dozens of times clearer than the Divine Ruins continent group. In other words, it was many times easier for warriors to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth here than in the Divine Ruins continent group. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Lu Ming and more than 100 other young men stepped into the teleportation array and headed to the Yuan continent. It was the same feeling as riding in the space passage. After an unknown amount of time, that feeling disappeared, and they reappeared on a huge altar. This place. It's a snow mountain. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and realized that he was in a snow mountain. Little guys, welcome to the Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu. Long Yuan Shan's deep voice resounded and he stepped out of the altar. Come out, you'd better be prepared. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He understood what Long Yuan Mountain meant. The laws of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent were perfect, so the pressure between heaven and earth might be greater. On the altar, because of the protection of the formation, he could not feel it. Let's go. Yuanlu, I've finally arrived. These young men were extremely excited as they flew out of the altar. However, after these young men flew out of the altar, their bodies trembled. A few of the weakest ones almost lost their balance. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming flew out of the altar as well. He instantly felt a terrifying pressure acting on his body. His body weight was also extremely shocking. The pressure here was probably several hundred times, even 1,000 times that of the Divine Ruins continent cluster. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Also, it's so cold. Lu Ming felt his body turn cold. This was a snow mountain, and the temperature was shockingly low. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not feel the usual cold. However, the temperature here made him feel chilly. This heaven-earth yuan qi. Lu Ming took a deep breath. In an instant, rolling original qi between heaven and earth flowed into him. It was unimaginably dense. Lu Ming felt that if he breathed casually, the amount of original qi would be equivalent to the amount of a low-grade raw stone. In the world, the original qi was rich, while the spiritual qi was extremely thin. Buzz. In the distance, a burly elder wearing a short-sleeved shirt with his arms bare flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. Long Yuan Mountain and the others greeted the old man. Lu Ming, I'll take my leave first. This Deacon Long Yuanchuan will arrange your accommodation. Long Yuan Mountain said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Long Yuan Mountain and the others who had gone to the other continents to pick up people like him left one after another. Alright, come with me. I'll take you to your living quarters. After Long Yuanchuan said that, he flew forward. Everyone quickly followed. However, they had just arrived and the pressure from the outside world was too strong. They were not used to it yet. This was after adapting to the transition station for half a month. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. After flying down the snow mountain, their field of view widened. In front of them, a huge glacier valley appeared. This ice mountain valley was formed by the separation of two mountain ranges. In the sky, snow was falling, and the world was covered in white. Lu Ming looked into the distance and realized that there were also snow mountains in front of the huge glacier canyon. However, they were far away and in the vast snow, they could not see clearly. Dragon Qi, so much Dragon Qi. What a strong Dragon Qi. Lu Ming felt his 9-dragon bloodline heating up. He was shocked when he sensed it through his 9-dragon bloodline. Through the 9-dragon bloodline, he seemed to be able to see countless Dragon Qi rising into the sky from the glacier valley and the snow mountain in the distance. In the huge canyon, there was a lot of weak Dragon Qi. However, behind the canyon, in the vast snow mountain, there was some shocking Dragon Qi. Lu Ming was like an ant in front of it. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. His expression changed drastically, and he could not help but take a few steps back. He quickly retracted his senses. So powerful. That aura far surpasses that of an emperor. Is that the aura of a saint? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. There were definitely saints in Dragon God Valley, and there was more than one. Chapter 1394 Chiu Siblings. The burly elder, Long Yuanchuan, glanced at Lu Ming and said, "There are many experts in the valley. You'd better not use your bloodline to sense it, or you'll only be asking for trouble." Lu Ming smiled wryly. The rest of the people had looks of respect on their faces. It was obvious that Lu Ming was not the only one who sensed the aura in the snow mountain ahead through his blood meridian. The disciples recruited by Dragon God Valley were all geniuses who had awakened the true dragon bloodline. They could easily sense each other. The group continued to fly forward. It's so cold. After flying into the huge glacier valley, the temperature dropped even more. Moreover, the temperature was getting lower and lower as they went further in. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings as he flew. The glacier valley was huge. The walls on both sides were tens of thousands of feet high. On the walls, one could see houses and palaces carved out of ice. However, most of them were cave abodes, which were excavated from the walls of the glacier. Moreover, on both sides of the canyon, there were some side valleys. It was like a main vein that extended into some side valleys. Some people also lived in these side valleys. After flying for more than 10 minutes, the burly old man led them into a side valley. On both sides of the side valley, there were many cave abodes. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. Many of the cave abodes were already occupied. As if sensing someone's arrival, people walked out of some cave abodes. They were all very young and were of the same generation as Lu Ming and the others. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming sensed the cultivation of these people and his pupils constricted. Supreme martial artist. These young men were all supreme martial artists. However, Lu Ming was immediately relieved. The cultivation environment here was too good. It was many times better than the Divine Ruins continent group. Even a pig could cultivate to the martial king realm or even the third spiritual god realm here, not to mention those peerless geniuses. Alright, you can stay here for the time being. The people here are the same as you, they are all newly selected disciples from the outer continent, but they came here 2 years earlier than you. Also, this entire glacier valley is only the outer valley. You are not official disciples of Dragon God Valley yet. You can only be regarded as reserve disciples. Only by passing the assessment can you be considered as official disciples of Dragon God Valley. There are still 4 months left before the assessment. During this period of time, all of you should focus on your cultivation. With your talent, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to reach the Jizuan realm in 4 months. Most of those who came here 2 years ago have already reached the Jizuan realm. Let me tell you, there will be a huge opportunity in the assessment this time. Other people will be envious of it. The higher your cultivation, the greater the chance of obtaining the opportunity. So, you must grasp it and work hard. The burly old man explained in detail. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. They were not official disciples yet. They were only reserve disciples. They had to pass an assessment before they could be considered official disciples. The standards of the big sects in the Yuanlu continent were really strict. At this time, the burly old man waved his hand, and a jade token appeared in his hand. On the token, an ice dragon was carved, and it was very lifelike. The burly elder waved his hand and the jade tokens flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming casually grabbed a token. There is a number on this token, which represents the ice cave number you will be staying in. You can check in according to the number. Also, this token is also the identity token of your reserve disciples. Alright, you should get used to it and cultivate. I will come back after a while to explain the assessment in detail. With that, the burly old man left. Everyone followed the number on the jade token to find the corresponding ice cave. Hello, brother. Just as Lu Ming was about to look for his cave abode, a crisp voice was heard. Lu Ming turned to the side and saw a woman smiling at him. The lady was dressed in a white dress. She had a sweet smile and fair skin. She was a rare beauty. Behind the woman was a young man in a white shirt and holding a folding fan. What? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't recognize these two people. They should be disciples who came here 2 years ago and had just walked out of the ice cave. Since they didn't know each other, why did the other party greet him? Hello. Lu Ming responded politely. The young woman blinked and sized Lu Ming up carefully, seemingly very curious. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. Lu Ming would not be so narcissistic as to think that a beautiful woman would fall for him the moment he arrived. Little sister, what are you doing? Behind the woman, the man with the folding fan was also very curious. Your bloodline is very special. The woman suddenly said. What? Lu Ming was stunned again. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Chiu Ying, and this is my elder brother, Chiu Hao. How should I address you? The woman said with a smile. Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Brother Lu, my bloodline is rather unique. I've been sensing your bloodline for a while now, and I can feel that your bloodline has been suppressing mine. That's why I'm curious and want to befriend you. Chiu Ying said. So that was how it was. Lu Ming speculated that the other party might have sensed his 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz. At that moment, the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind Qiao Ying. It flashed past, but Lu Ming could still see it clearly. Qiao Ying's true dragon bloodline was not a 5-clawed true dragon, but a 6-clawed one. It was actually 6-clawed. It was said that all true dragons had 5 claws, and 9 dragons were a variant of the true dragon race, so they had 9 claws. However, Lu Ming did not expect that there was a 6-clawed true dragon in the world. Perhaps it was also a variant of the true dragon. Lu Ming made a guess. Brother Lu, my bloodline is a bit special. It's a variant of the true dragon species. I have 6 claws and am stronger than the average true dragon. You can suppress me. Qiao Ying blinked her eyes and sized Lu Ming up carefully. She was extremely curious. My bloodline. Lu Ming muttered. As he spoke, the 9-dragon bloodline appeared behind him and he immediately kept it. Qiao Ying and Qiao Hao's eyes widened. 9 dragons, your bloodline is actually the legendary 9 dragons. No wonder you can suppress me. Qiao Ying exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming smiled. There was nothing to hide about his 9-dragon bloodline. Once they started fighting, others would know immediately. Brother Lu, it's your first time here. Have a good rest. My brother and I came here 2 years earlier. We'll take you around in a few days. Qiao Ying said with a smile. All right, then I'll thank you in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then found his ice cave and walked in. At the entrance of the ice cave, there was an ice door. It was activated by a jade talisman and automatically closed. The ice cave was very large and wide. It was at least 100 meters in length and width and 10 meters in height. There were ice tables, ice chairs, and even an ice bed. The temperature here was extremely low, so there was no need to worry about these things melting. The growth of the path. Understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming walked to the wall and clawed at the ice wall. Gotcha. Only a few claw marks appeared on the ice wall. They did not look very deep. It's so hard. Everything in the world of the Yuan continent is many times harder than that transit station. It's incomparable to the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming secretly sighed. After that, Lu Ming started to practice martial arts to get used to the external pressure. After playing for a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped. He felt very comfortable. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. As soon as he activated the true war dragon technique, the rich origin energy in the air began to gather towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. What a dense heaven-earth yuan qi! Lu Ming realized that directly absorbing the original energy of heaven and earth here was better than devouring low-grade raw stones. This was too shocking. When one cultivated here, one did not even need low-grade raw stones. The rolling original qi was constantly being devoured and refined, turning into true essence. At the same time, Lu Ming's heart sank into a state of emptiness. He began to comprehend the heaven and earth and nurture the embryonic form of the chaos domain. Here, Lu Ming realized that not only did the essence realm of the heaven and earth become extremely clear, but the Tao of the heaven and earth that was even more profound and unfathomable than the essence realm of the heaven and earth also became clearer. This was almost impossible to sense on the divine ruins continent. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth could allow the emperor's domain to improve faster. It was no wonder that in the divine ruins continent, the cultivation of emperors was very slow. Especially in the divine wilderness continent, most of the sovereigns were stuck at the first level of the martial royal realm. Those who could reach the second level of the martial royal realm were all top experts, and there were very few of them. It was no wonder that the emperors of the continent group of the divine ruins would rack their brains to think of the Yuan continent and all wanted to join the major sects in the Yuan continent to cultivate. It was because the cultivation environment was really incomparable. The difference was too great. After those sovereigns came to the Yuan continent, their cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed before Lu Ming ended his cultivation. It's so cool. It's so cool to cultivate here. Lu Ming's face was full of amazement. He realized that half a day of cultivation was equivalent to a month of cultivation in the divine wilderness continent. His primal chaos domain had become a little more mature, and it was getting closer and closer to full maturity. Wow, Lu Ming, you've arrived in Yuan continent. Huh, you've finally left that poor and remote place. Lu Ming heard a voice. It was Dandan. He did not know when she had climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. She sucked in the air with her mouth and large amounts of original energy were sucked into Dandan's mouth. Dandan, you're awake. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the last battle, Dandan had been in a coma for almost a month. Nonsense. You've been unconscious for so long and you're still not awake. Do you think I'm dead? Dandan cast a glance at Lu Ming and then said with a long face, Lu Ming, we've suffered heavy losses this time. Although you've woken up, you're far from fully recovered. Hurry up and take out all your spiritual herbs. Having said that, his eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. Alright, let's enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said and entered the mountain and river diagram with Dandan. In a valley, Bubbles was still curled up and sleeping soundly. There was a transparent bubble at the tip of his nose that was sometimes big and sometimes small. Lu Ming's heart ached. In the previous battle, this little guy seemed to have suffered a lot of damage. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and the valley was covered with spiritual herbs. All kinds of spirit herbs of different grades filled the valley. In that battle, hundreds of sovereigns were killed. The spirit herbs in the storage rings were terrifying. Lu Ming took them all out and let Dandan and Bubbles eat to their heart's content. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're very generous this time. Dandan's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed into the pile of spirit herbs, grabbed a handful of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into her mouth. Chirping. As if sensing the aura of the spiritual herbs, Pow Pow woke up and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Then, she looked at the pile of spiritual herbs in a daze. Her two gem-like eyes glowed brightly and she also pounced into the pile of spiritual herbs, taking big bites. However, there were plenty of spirit herbs here, so the two of them ate as much as they could. Soon, their bellies bulged, and they burped as they lay there, their mouths filled with the fragrance of herbs. The mountain and river diagram is a space of its own, but the environment seems to be the same as that of the divine wilderness continent. I should absorb some of the original qi to improve the environment here. Lu Ming pondered. Within the mountain and river diagram, there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. After that, Lu Ming caught more demonic beasts and planted many spiritual herbs in the mountains. However, the environment here was similar to the divine wilderness continent. Be it the spiritual herbs or the demonic beasts, their growth was slow. If the environment was the same as the Yuan continent, the spiritual herbs would definitely grow faster in the mountain and river diagram. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and reappeared in the ice cave. Then, the mountain and river diagram appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He opened it and muttered, "Absorb." And NBSP hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the mountain and river diagram emitted a powerful suction force, absorbing the original qi between heaven and earth. The original qi between heaven and earth formed a funnel-like shape and madly gathered toward the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, everyone in this Yaoji valley was alarmed. One by one, the geniuses who had been cultivating were awakened. What's going on? Why is the origin qi of heaven and earth gathering in one direction? Who's cultivating? Impossible. Even an emperor couldn't cause such a huge commotion while cultivating. Who is it? Sounds rang out one after another. Some people walked out of the ice cave and sensed carefully. Although they knew which ice cave it was happening, they didn't know who it was. However, this effect was only limited to this side valley. After all, the original chi here was too rich, and this side valley was very vast. The path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, the mountain and river diagram didn't cause such a big commotion when it absorbed the original chi of heaven and earth, mainly because of the path understanding ancient tree. The path understanding ancient tree had 3 crisp leaves. Its branches were very thin, not even as thin as a pinky finger. In the divine wilderness, the growth of the path understanding ancient tree was too slow. But now, the path understanding ancient tree glowed and shimmered. A mysterious aura lingered on it, continuously absorbing the origin chi from the outside world. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that the path understanding ancient tree seemed to be resonating with the great Tao between heaven and earth. Wisps of great Tao aura emanated from the path understanding ancient tree. In just a moment, Lu Ming could feel that the branches of the path understanding ancient tree had grown thicker and the leaves had become greener. The 4th leaf. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He discovered that the 4th leaf had also grown. It seems like the path understanding ancient tree has a chance of fully growing in the Yuan continent. In the divine wilderness continent, it's already not bad if it can survive. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the path understanding ancient tree could fully grow, it would be of great help to him. Lu Ming took out a lot of spiritual liquid and watered the root of the ancient path understanding tree. It seems that I need to get more spiritual herbs in the future and let the path understanding ancient tree grow as soon as possible. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Chapter 1396. So many experts just like that, the mountain and river diagram and the path understanding ancient tree continued to absorb the original chi for 3 days and 3 nights before they calmed down. The mountain and river diagram was already filled with rich original chi. Lu Ming then kept the mountain and river diagram. The days that followed were very peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated and practiced martial arts every day to adapt to the environment. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the Yuan continent's environment. At this time, Lu Ming opened the door of the ice cave and went out for some fresh air. "Brother Lu!" A delicate cry rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. "Young lady Qiu, brother Qiu, what a coincidence." Lu Ming smiled. "Brother Lu, how are you adapting to this?" Qiu Hao waved his fan and smiled. To be honest, Qiu Hao was very handsome. He was wearing a long robe and waving a folding fan, like an elegant young master. "I've already completely adapted to it," Lu Ming said with a smile. "That's great. We're going to the market. Brother Lu, do you want to come with us?" Qiu Yingying said. "A market? Good." Lu Ming agreed immediately. He was also very curious. The environment of the Yuan continent was excellent. It would definitely produce countless natural treasures that the divine wilderness continent could not compare to. Lu Ming wanted to see it. If there were any suitable ones, he wanted to buy some. The 3 of them walked out of the side valley together, and then followed the huge glacier valley into the depths of the valley. This canyon was only the outer valley. Those who lived here were basically reserved disciples and some odd-job workers. The real Dragon God Valley was located in the depths of the valley, in the vast snow mountains. The market was located deep in the canyon. Many official disciples of the Dragon God Valley frequented the market, so there were good things there. Soon, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the market. The city square took up a huge area. There were stalls on both sides of the street. The layout was similar to that of the divine wilderness continent. In the market, people came and went. So many experts. Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and scanned the area. His heart trembled. 5 out of 10 people walking on the streets were all emperors. Some of them were still very young, looking like they were in their 20s. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming saw a few 12 or 13-year-old teenagers. They still had a childish look on their faces and were also emperor warriors. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Qiu Yingying smiled and said, "Brother Lu, when we first arrived, we were also shocked. However, it's also because the cultivation environment in Yuan continent is too good. It's much easier to break through to the emperor realm than in the other continents." Indeed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the absolute overlords. They dominated and ruled over an area. However, in the Yuan continent, in Dragon God Valley, they were actually everywhere. One could only imagine how many emperors there were in the entire Yuan continent. They were not worth much. It was no wonder that the sovereigns of the divine wilderness continent wanted to come to the Yuan continent but did not dare to. They wanted to join the big sects of the Yuan continent so that they could be protected. That was because in the Yuan continent, emperors were nothing. There were a lot of them. Without a backer, it was extremely dangerous to cultivate outside. One could die if they were not careful. In Dragon God Valley, LV1 to LV3 martial emperors are worthless and have no status. They are just like servants. Only those above LV4 martial emperor have some status. Those above LV7 martial emperor are the backbone of Dragon God Valley and can be assigned some duties. Qiu Yingying explained in a low voice, and then added, "Of course, young geniuses don't count." Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he understood that young geniuses had different statuses no matter where they were. Because being young meant infinite possibilities. This is the elixir of life, and it's a top-grade elixir of life. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw the elixir of life at a stall. Top-grade water of life. In the divine wilderness continent, Lu Ming had seen the elixir of life before. However, he had never heard of a supreme-grade elixir of life. This was because there was no such thing in the divine wilderness continent or even the divine ruins continent. It was almost extinct. Supreme-grade elixir of life was extremely useful to even emperors, as it could heal their injuries. As expected of Yuanlu. The moment he arrived, he saw such a precious spiritual medicine. Lu Ming's clone was severely injured. This premium elixir of life was extremely important to his clone. Lu Ming had to get it. "Senior, how much is this bottle of elixir of life?" Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man with white hair. 100,000 raw stones. The old man raised a finger. 100,000 raw gemstones. Lu Ming was stunned. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A bottle of top-grade elixir of life was a legendary treasure in the Divine Ruins Continent group, but it only cost 100,000 raw gemstones. Lu Ming was in disbelief. He asked again, "Senior, only 100,000 raw stones?" "Of course, not a single one more, not a single one more." The old man said. "All right, I'll buy it." Lu Ming took out a storage ring. There were 100,000 raw stones inside. The old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. His expression changed and he threw the storage ring back to Lu Ming. "Junior, are you playing with this old man?" Lu Ming's face was full of question marks. "Senior, please don't take offense. Brother Lu just came from the outer continent, so there are some rules that he doesn't understand." Qiu Yingying quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh. So you're the new reserve disciple from the outer continent." The old man's expression softened. "Brother Lu, the raw stone this senior is talking about is a medium-grade raw stone." Qiu Yingying quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "It's actually a mid-grade raw stone, yes, the raw stones commonly used in the Yuan continent are mid-grade raw stones. Generally speaking, the number of raw stones referred to mid-grade raw stones. Low-grade raw stones are almost useless in the Yuan continent. They are considered useless stones. Only in special circumstances will they be used. Xiao Yingying explained. I see. Lu Ming smiled. The cultivation environment in the Yuan continent was too good. Cultivating at will was equivalent to using low-grade raw gemstones. Therefore, low-grade raw gemstones were useless. Only mid-grade raw stones were mainstream. One mid-grade raw stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade raw stones. 100,000 medium-grade raw stones were equivalent to 1 billion low-grade raw stones. This price was reasonable. However, the problem was that Lu Ming did not have any mid-grade raw stones. He had killed so many emperors, and there were at least tens of billions of low-grade raw stones in his storage ring. However, in the Yuan continent, low-grade raw stones were useless. What a waste! Lu Ming wailed in his heart. His heart ached. There were so many raw gemstones here, but they were actually useless and had become useless. Now, Lu Ming was equivalent to a pauper with nothing to his name. Lu Ming's face turned green. Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao smiled bitterly. They were the same when they first arrived. Little fellow, the low-grade raw stones you brought with you are useless now, right? If you have any treasures on you, you can use them to exchange for it. The old man laughed, but he didn't mean to laugh. He was used to this kind of thing. The combat strength of the Emperor of Yuanlu, a treasure. Lu Ming pondered. He had given all the spiritual herbs he had to Dandan and Bubbles. However, even if he took them out, they would not be worth much. Naturally, Lu Ming would not take out items that were too precious, such as the Thunder Cauldron and the Air Frozen Bead. Only an Emperor's spiritual weapon could be used. Senior, may I know how many mid-grade raw stones an Emperor weapon is worth? Lu Ming took out a large saber and asked. On the Divine Ruins continent, Lu Ming had killed so many emperors and obtained nearly 20 Emperor spiritual weapons. An Emperor's spiritual weapon is not bad. It's worth 1,000,000 raw gemstones. The old man's eyes lit up. 1,000,000 raw gemstones. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The value of an Emperor's spiritual weapon had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was higher than he had imagined. Brother Lu, usually, only those at the 7th level of the martial Emperor realm and above can unleash the full power of an Emperor weapon. Only a saint can make one. Although there are many of them in the Yuan continent, there are too many high-level martial emperors. The demand is too high, so the value of an Emperor weapon has always been very high. Qiu Yingying explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. Indeed, there were a lot of Emperor spiritual weapons in the Yuan continent. However, there were even more high-level emperors. The demand for them exceeded the supply, so their value was naturally high. For example, in the small continents outside of the Yuan continent, like the Divine Wilderness continent, the Emperor's spiritual weapon was usually left behind by saints or high-level emperors who went to those places. It was basically impossible for anyone to make it. Many of them were passed down from the Yuan continent. For example, Lu Ming had obtained the Emperor's Spirit Tower in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. It was also brought from the Yuan continent by the Tianxian Saint. That was how the Divine Ruins continent group's Emperor's spiritual weapons usually came about. They had only accumulated a few after countless years. Little brother, do you want to sell this Emperor's spiritual weapon? If you want to sell it, this old man will buy it. The old man said. I'm selling it. Senior, I still have another one. Then, Lu Ming took out an iron rod-like Emperor's spiritual weapon. The elder and the Qiu siblings were surprised. They did not expect Lu Ming to have so many king's spiritual weapons. Alright, I'll buy it. Here are one. 9,000,000 raw gemstones and this bottle of supreme-grade life potion. The elder passed Lu Ming a storage ring and the bottle of life potion. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He found a pile of raw gemstones in the storage ring. Each piece was filled with rich origin qi, which was many times purer and richer than a low-grade raw stone. This was a mid-grade raw stone. Using a mid-grade raw stone to cultivate would naturally be many times faster than using a low-grade raw stone. Lu Ming kept it and continued to wander around with Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. On the way, Lu Ming realized that there were too many treasures here. All the spirit herbs were level 9. Level 8 spirit herbs were rare. There were also all sorts of blacksmithing materials, spiritual liquid, and so on, all of which were of very high grade. Along the way, Lu Ming bought quite a number of spiritual herbs. Very soon, the 1.9 million medium-grade raw stones were almost depleted. Lu Ming's heart ached. These were 2 emperor spiritual weapons. However, the spiritual liquid and spiritual medicine that he had bought were all very useful. The spiritual liquid sped up the growth of the path understanding ancient tree, while the spiritual medicine sped up Dandan and Bubble's recovery. After coming to Yuan continent, he realized that he had become a pauper. Although he still had many emperor spiritual weapons, if he continued to use them, he would soon run out. In the meantime, the Qiu siblings also bought some things. Get lost. I have my eyes on this green-blue fruit. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard. Nonsense, what do you mean you like it? I said I like it. If you don't have money, then get lost. Another voice rang out. Who do you think you are? You told me to get lost. If you have the ability, let's fight on the fighting stage. The voice from before rang out. A battle it is. The voice behind them was heard. Then, they saw some people flying in one direction. There's a battle between sovereigns. Brother Lu, let's go to the battle platform and take a look. Qiu Yingying said. Alright, I'd like to experience it too. Lu Ming revealed a curious look. Then, the 3 of them followed the crowd and walked towards the fighting ring. In the dueling platform, disciples of the Dragon God Valley would usually settle their disputes there. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the rest had just arrived when they heard a violent roar. On a huge fighting ring, 2 figures were constantly clashing. The 2 burly men in their 30s kept punching each other, causing violent rumbles between heaven and earth. He's in the 3rd level of the martial royal realm, but his combat strength is so strong. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He realized that the cultivation of the 2 opponents was at the early stage of the 3rd level martial royal realm. However, the combat strength they displayed was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He felt that the 4th level martial emperors in the Divine Ruins continent group were not their match. The combat power that the 2 of them had displayed had completely exceeded the combat power of the 4th level martial emperors in the Divine Ruins continent group. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Brother Lu, do you feel that these 2 people's combat strength is very strong? Qiu Yingying said. Indeed, he is much stronger than the emperor of my continent. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, we were also very surprised when we first arrived. However, this is the combat power of an ordinary sovereign in the Yuan continent. Qiu Yingying explained, in the Yuan continent, no matter if it's martial arts or the Tao of inscription, they have all been developed to the extreme. Compared to the other continents, they are much stronger. All kinds of martial techniques, bloodlines, concepts, domains, and spiritual bodies have been developed to the extreme. Therefore, the cultivators here are all very strong, far stronger than those in other continents. Emperors, unless they're servants with low status, have all cultivated domain martial techniques. Their combat strength is amazing. Yuan continent. It's indeed Yuan continent. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. The cultivation civilization of the origin continent had already developed to the extreme, and it was far from what the continent of the divine ruins could compare to. It could be said that in the origin continent, a decent cultivator was a genius who could challenge those of a higher level in the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming was reminded of the people Di Xian had brought with him. Those people were not very strong. Perhaps, in the Di family, the status of those people was just like that of servants, which explained why their combat strength was not particularly high. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl and he felt immense pressure. There were too many experts here, and the streets were filled with emperors. Saints were the supreme experts. Moreover, the emperors here all had extraordinary combat strength. In the Divine Ruins Continent group, Lu Ming could fight with a peak LV3 martial royal realm expert and even overpower the other party without using the Chaos Sky-turning seal and without the help of his second body. However, in this place, without using the Chaos Sky-turning seal and without the help of his clone, Lu Ming could only fight with an early-stage second-level martial emperor. Lu Ming estimated that after he used the Chaos Sky-turning seal, he could probably fight with a peak LV2 martial royal realm expert. The secret realm of the emperor. The difference was too great. One should know that in the Divine Ruins Continent group, Lu Ming's Chaos Sky-turning seal could injure a fourth-level martial emperor. In this place, Lu Ming was not even a match for the two brawny men at the early stage of the third-level martial emperor realm, let alone the ones at the fourth-level martial emperor realm. Moreover, this was only an ordinary martial emperor. What if he encountered a heaven's favorite? How strong would he be? Looks like I was really looking at the sky from the bottom of a well when I was trapped in a corner of the Divine Ruins Continent cluster in the past. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. While he felt the immense pressure, he was also filled with anticipation. His blood was boiling with excitement. The Yuan continent was the real stage. It was colorful and far from what the continents of the Divine Ruins could compare to. On the fighting ring, the two of them fought fiercely for hundreds of moves. In the end, both of them were injured and left the place. However, after the two of them left, another two went up to fight. After that, Lu Ming watched 5 battles in total, all of which were battles between kings. As expected, most of the emperors here had a much stronger combat strength than the emperors of the Divine Ruins Continent group. Lu Ming more or less had some idea. After that, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying and the rest returned to their residence. After returning to his residence, the first thing Lu Ming did was pour the life potion on his clone. As expected, the clone glowed and its recovery speed greatly increased. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In the Yuan continent, the cultivation of those below the martial emperor realm was too low. Only by breaking through to the emperor realm as soon as possible would he be able to gain a firm foothold. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming came to Dragon God Valley. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally go out and buy some books to read. They were all about the Yuan continent. Since he was new, he naturally had to understand the world he was in. On this day, the sound of drums suddenly rang out from outside. It was the sound of a summoning drum. Someone was summoning them. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and went out of the cave abode. He saw Long Yuanchuan standing in the valley. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Young men flew out of the ice caves and stood in the valley. There were more than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming discovered that some of the youths who came with him were progressing very quickly. Some of them were originally at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, but now they had broken through and reached the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, or even the perfected spiritual god realm. These people were the top geniuses of their respective continents, and their talents were definitely not weak. After coming here, they were naturally like fish in water, and their cultivation progress soared. Alright, you newcomers have been here for a month and have gotten used to it. Now, there are 3 months left before your assessment. Now, I'll tell you the details of your assessment mission in 3 months. In 3 months, your assessment mission is to explore a secret realm. Long Yuanchuan said. Explore a secret realm? Lu Ming and the rest were stunned. Yes, only those who come out of the secret realm alive can be considered to have passed the test and become an official disciple of Dragon God Valley. Long Yuanchuan said. Many people's expressions changed. It seemed that this secret realm was quite dangerous. As if he could see through everyone's thoughts, Long Yuanchuan smiled and said, although this secret realm is dangerous, let me tell you, it's also a supreme opportunity. Many martial royal realm experts and even saints have tried to enter but failed. Because this mystical realm. It's the great emperor's secret realm. When he said the last sentence, Long Yuanchuan deliberately emphasized it. What? The great emperor's secret realm? The great emperor? Everyone, including Lu Ming, was stunned. They could not help but widen their eyes. The great emperor's secret realm? Could it be a secret realm left behind by the great emperor? The great emperor was a peak expert of the primordial realm. He dominated the world and ruled the firmament. What kind of treasures would there be in a secret realm left behind by such a person? Everyone's eyes were burning. Even saints were unreachable existences to them, let alone a great emperor who was above saints. This is the first time that this great emperor's secret realm has been discovered. After investigation, only those below the emperor realm can enter. Those above the emperor realm can't enter. Even saints can't enter. Therefore, you must make good use of this time to raise your cultivation to the supreme realm. According to the saints' speculation, martial emperors and above are not allowed to enter the great emperor's secret realm, but it will be no problem for you to break through after entering. Therefore, if some supreme martial artists enter the great emperor's secret realm to break through to the martial royal realm, they will be able to gain the upper hand and obtain treasures. Also, this time, all of the top powers of the Azure continent will be sending people in. This is a dangerous place, so in the next 3 months, you guys should try your best to increase your strength. Opportunities are things that you have to grasp on your own. Long Yuanchuan continued to explain. I see. After hearing this information, some of the doubts in Lu Ming's heart were finally answered. Lu Ming finally knew why the Dragon God Valley, the deity sect, and other sects would cross endless distances to the continent of the divine ruins to select disciples. It was all because of the great emperor's secret realm. In every continent, they recruited heaven's favorites to enter the emperor's secret realm. The Yuan continent was divided into many continents. The Azure region was a large region in the southern part of the continent. The Dragon God Valley was one of the most powerful forces in the Azure region. The Azure continent was home to countless factions of varying sizes. However, there were a total of 13 factions that stood at the very top of the continent. These 13 powers were the overlords of the Azure continent. Dragon God Valley was one of the 13 forces. Other than that, the Tianshan sect, the Jianyu demonic sect, the Jiuxiao sword sect, and even the Heavenly King Hall, which had caused chaos in the divine wilderness mainland because of a Heavenly King token, were all part of the 13 great powers. This time, all the major forces would send people into the great emperor's secret realm. Therefore, these major forces all sent people to the small continents overseas to recruit disciples. The Di clan, if they're not in the Azure continent, where are they? Lu Ming thought to himself. The Yuan continent was too vast and the Azure continent was only a small part of it. The books that Lu Ming bought mostly introduced the Azure continent. He was not too sure about anything else outside of the Azure continent. After the announcement, Long Yuanchuan left the place. However, these young men couldn't calm down. After that, they all returned to their cave abodes and began cultivating in seclusion. It was obvious that one could break through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. Therefore, if they raised their cultivation to the limit of the Supreme Being realm and broke through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm, they would have an absolute advantage. Lu Ming began to focus more on the embryonic form of the Chaos Realm. Now, the primal Chaos domain was getting closer and closer to its limit. As long as the primal Chaos domain was cultivated to its limit, he could begin to break through to the Emperor Realm. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Thump. 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 On this day, there was a sudden violent boom outside. It was the sound of drums. The summoning drum sounded again. However, didn't they just gather 3 days ago and announce the matter of the great Emperor's secret realm? Why are they gathering again? Lu Ming walked out of the cave abode with doubts in his mind. 3 young men stood outside the cave. The 3 young men had a faint sense of pride on their faces. Chapter 1399 Local Genius. Everyone gathered in the valley and looked at the 3 young men in surprise. Just now, it was these 3 young men who had sounded the drum. Why did they sound the drum and gather everyone? Everyone's here. One of the young men looked at the crowd and said indifferently, no one made a sound. All right, I believe you've heard about the news of entering the great Emperor's secret realm in 3 months. The young man continued, the corners of his mouth rising with cold arrogance. Let me tell you, this is the good fortune that you have accumulated over several lifetimes. If it weren't for this reason, you would never have been able to join Dragon God Valley in your lifetime, let alone enter the great Emperor's secret realm. So, you must seize the opportunity, understand? The young man's voice reverberated throughout the valley, but everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. It was like a prince looking down at a group of beggars. Many people frowned but did not say anything. From their tone, these people should be locals and not from a continent outside of Yuan continent. Since he was from the Yuan continent, no one knew if he was related to the higher-ups of Dragon God Valley. Naturally, no one refuted the young man. All right, let's get to the point. The man in front of you is the peerless genius of Dragon God Valley, young Master Yin Feng. Why don't you pay your respects to him? The young man pointed to a young man in the middle. Among the 3 young men, the leader was the one in the middle. He looked to be in his early 20s and was dressed in silver. He had a cold and arrogant expression as he looked at Lu Ming and the others with a faint disdain. Greetings, young Master Yin Feng. There were a few people who cupped their fists. Humph. What kind of attitude is this? Young Master Yin Feng is also going to enter the great Emperor's secret realm this time. It'll give you a chance to join him and become his subordinates. You'll enter the great Emperor's secret realm and listen to his orders. In the future, when you're in the Dragon God Valley, young Master Yin Feng will naturally take care of you. The young man spoke, finally revealing their true purpose. They actually wanted Lu Ming and the rest to join young Master Yin Feng and become his subordinates. Lu Ming sneered. The great Emperor's secret realm was a place of great fortune. Naturally, it would not only be for outsiders like them. The local talents of the major sects would definitely enter as well. Yin Feng and the other 2 seemed to be at the supreme level, so they would definitely enter. They had a good idea. Now, they would gather Lu Ming and the others in their hands. When they entered the great Emperor's secret realm, they would use them to gain benefits for themselves. This was something that everyone present could figure out with just a little thought. I'm sorry, I'm used to being a loner. I don't have any thoughts of becoming someone else's subordinate. Goodbye. A bald young man said coldly and was about to return to his cave. Buzz. With a flash, the young man who had spoken appeared in front of the bald young man. You want to refuse? The local youth said coldly. I don't have the habit of being someone else's dog. The bald young man sneered. He was implying that the other party was just a dog of Yin Feng. You're looking for death. The local youth's face turned completely dark, and a cold killing intent spread out. It's already a blessing that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes for a lowly ant from a savage island to be able to join Dragon God Valley. You don't know how to bow your head in gratitude, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me, Yin Feizhang. It seems that you'll forget who you are if I don't teach you a lesson. The native young man was called Silver Flying Badge, and he emitted a powerful aura. I'm not afraid of you. The bald youth's aura also bloomed. He was also at the Supreme Being level. These young men were all at the peak of their respective continents. They were invincible among their peers and looked down on others. All of them were proud and arrogant, so how could they be willing to become someone else's subordinate? At the same time, Silver Flying Badge was also a supreme martial artist. Why would he be afraid of a fight at the same level? Then he'll let you know how weak you, the lowly trash of a savage island, are. Come on, he'll let you have 3 moves. Silver Flying Badge said coldly. There's no need for you to let me win. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. The bald youth shouted. He was also an extremely proud person. Buzz. The bald youth's body emitted a yellow halo, which was his domain. The embryonic form of the domain enveloped the Silver Flying Badge. A small trick. Since you don't know your own strength, it'll fulfill your wish. The Silver Flying Badge stepped forward, and a domain also appeared on his body. The 2 domains met in the air. However, an unexpected scene occurred. The moment the 2 of them touched each other, the bald youth's domain collapsed. The bald youth's expression changed greatly, and he retreated a few steps. Buzz. At this moment, the Silver Flying Badge moved. In an instant, it appeared in front of the bald young man and slapped at him. The bald young man's face was solemn. He exhaled and also struck out with his palm. Bang! When the 2 palms met, the bald young man's expression changed drastically. His body was knocked back continuously, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You! How could that be? The bald young man looked at Yin Feizhang in disbelief. They were both Shizuan realm experts, yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike from the other party. How was this possible? His self-confidence had taken a heavy blow. The other young men were all shocked. It wasn't that the bald youth wasn't strong, but that the Silver Flying Badge was too strong. Domain martial technique. Lu Ming spat out a few words. He possessed a portion of the 9 dragons' memories, so he was naturally very knowledgeable. With a single glance, he could tell that the Silver Flying Badge was using a domain-level martial technique. A domain martial technique could unleash the power of a domain to the extreme. Furthermore, domain martial arts techniques were very precious. Even in the major sects of the Yuanlu, not everyone could practice them. Martial arts techniques of creation existed in some small continents. However, it was impossible for those small continents to have domain martial techniques. Just now, the Silver Flying Badge had used a combat domain martial technique to defeat the bald youth in 1 move. Now do you know how trashy you are? Did he really think that he was an expert? Let me tell you, the reason why Dragon God Valley gathered you here is not because of your strength, but because your cultivation is too weak. In Dragon God Valley, there are many heaven's favorites who are already at the Martial Emperor realm. They cannot enter the Great Emperor's secret realm. There are too few people below the Martial Emperor realm. That's why I've come to your remote village to gather you. Do you understand? Silver Flying Badge said coldly. Many people were shocked. The Dragon God Valley accepted them as disciples and called them here, not because of their strength or talent, but because there were not many weak talents in the Dragon God Valley. This was a great irony for the top heaven's favorites from the various continents. Especially the bald youth, whose face was ashen. If any of you don't agree, I don't mind crippling him and throwing him out. After all, you're not the only disciples recruited from overseas this time. It doesn't matter if I cripple a few. Silver Flying Badge's voice was getting colder and colder, which made many people's faces turn ugly. Blood Oath Contract. The crowd's expressions made Yin Feizhang's cold and arrogant expression even more arrogant. He scanned the crowd and spoke again, who else would like to experience it? Come out. I will let you know how useless you are. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped out. The silver flying badge's combat strength was too strong. No one was confident. "I'll try." After a while, a young man in a yellow robe stepped out. "Good, good, you have guts. Then I'll teach you a good lesson." Yin Feizhang looked at the yellow-robed young man with a sharp and cold light. The crowd retreated, leaving a large open space. The silver flying badge and the yellow-robed youth stood opposite each other. Roar! The yellow-robed young man didn't hold back at all. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the valley, and a yellow true dragon appeared above his head. The 9 golden chakra glittered. This was the bloodline of the yellow-robed young man. The yellow-robed youth immediately used bloodline fusion. Buzz! Then, a mountain peak appeared above the yellow true dragon's head, exuding a powerful pressure. An emperor's spiritual weapon. Hee, so it's an emperor's spiritual weapon. You think it's useful just because you have one? You're really naive. Silver flying badge sneered. Buzz! Then, with a flash of his body, his entire body was filled with a green radiance as he pounced toward the khaki-colored true dragon. Roar! The yellow dragon roared and pounced at the silver flying badge with its claws. At the same time, the mountain expanded rapidly and pressed down on the silver flying badge. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! Silver flying badge's figure flickered and suddenly multiplied into 18 figures. Each figure waved its hand and a green chain flew toward the yellow dragon. The 18 chains were extremely fast. They instantly wrapped around the body of the yellow true dragon and wrapped around it. Roar! The yellow dragon struggled with all its might, but the green chains were too strong to break free. Suppress! The khaki-colored true dragon roared, and the emperor's spiritual weapon in the shape of a mountain peak pressed down on the other party. Heavenly wind divine art. Silver flying badge sneered. A green domain spread out and then turned into a huge palm print, hitting the mountain. Thump! With a huge explosion, the green palm print was destroyed, but the mountain also flew back. The emperor's spiritual weapon was sent flying by the silver flying badge. What a powerful domain martial technique! Lu Ming could see clearly from the crowd that silver flying badge had been performing the domain martial art technique from the beginning to the end. This was a domain martial skill that could change in thousands of ways. It pushed the power of the silver flying badge's wind domain to the extreme. It was very mysterious and its power was shocking. The yellow-robed youth's bloodline fusion and his emperor's spiritual weapon would definitely be powerful. On the continent of the divine ruins, the yellow-robed young man was definitely able to fight against an emperor, and he was even slightly stronger than an ordinary first-level martial emperor. However, he was still no match for Yin Feizhang, which showed how strong Yin Feizhang's combat strength was. Then, with a flash, the silver flying badge appeared on top of the yellow true dragon's head and slapped it with its palm. Roar! The yellow dragon let out a wail and then exploded, revealing the yellow-robed young man's body. Silver flying badge stomped on the face of the young man in yellow robe, directly pushing him to the ground, blasting a big hole. Humph, you want to fight me with this bit of combat power? You're simply courting death. You're courting death. Silver flying badge shouted coldly. He suddenly exerted more force on the young man's face. The young man screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people looked indignant. On the side, Yin Feng and another young man looked on coldly as if they were watching Yin Feizhang stomping on a little chicken. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge this young master? Just step forward. Silver flying badge said loudly. No one spoke. Humph, since no one says anything, I'll take it that you've all tacitly agreed to join young Master Yin Feng. Alright, then sign the blood oath contract now. A scroll appeared in silver flying badge's hand. When he unfurled it, it was covered in inscriptions. What? You still want us to sign a blood oath contract? No, we can't sign a blood oath contract. If we do, we'll really become your slaves and be under your control. Instantly, the scene burst into an uproar, and many people shouted. The blood oath contract was unique to the Yuan continent. Once signed, it was the same as a blood oath that could not be violated. In this case, wouldn't they have to listen to Yin Feng's control for the rest of their lives? How could these proud and ambitious heaven's favorites from the various continents accept this? What's with the noise? I'm telling you, you have to sign it today even if you don't want to. Moreover, this blood oath isn't for a lifetime. It's only limited to the exploration stage of the secret realm, understand? Silver Flying Badge said, but everyone was still resentful. No one would sign. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Silver Flying Badge started to lose his patience and scolded, do you think you are Heaven's Pride experts? Let me tell you, in the Yuan continent, you are nothing. You are just a bunch of trash. If you don't submit to young Master Yin Feng, I guarantee that you will not have a good life in the future. Danger lurks in every corner of the Yuan continent. Ferocious beasts are everywhere. I guarantee that you won't even know how you died. If young Master Yin Feng protects you, you will have a good cultivation environment. This was already a blatant threat. However, the power of his words was indeed strong. It made many young men hesitate. That's right. There were many experts in the Yuan continent. While there were opportunities, there was also a high level of danger. They couldn't stay in Dragon God Valley to cultivate their entire lives. They had to go out and temper themselves. If that happened, it would be really dangerous if Yin Feng and the others did anything. Moreover, in a large sect like Dragon God Valley, having a backer was indeed much better than cultivating alone. Some of the young men were tempted. Alright, I'll sign it. I'll sign it too. Finally, someone spoke up and agreed to sign the blood oath contract. Only then did a smile appear on Yin Feng's face. This is more like it. Come up and sign. More than a dozen young men stepped forward and signed their names on the blood oath contract with their own blood. The yellow-robed young man under Yin Feng's feet also signed the contract obediently. What about you guys? With the blood oath contract in hand, Yin Feng walked to the young women and looked at them coldly. The young women's expressions kept changing. In the end, they gritted their teeth and signed the contract. You guys? Then, Silver Flying Badge held the contract and looked at the others. They had no choice but to lower their heads. They gritted their teeth and signed the contract. Very quickly, about 50 people had signed the blood oath contract. We won't sign it. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Everyone looked over and found that the person who spoke was a simple and honest young man. Beside him, there were two people who looked exactly the same as this young man. The triplets. Another innate spirit body, you guys aren't signing? The smile on the Silver Flying Badge's face disappeared and was replaced by a stern look. That's right, we won't sign it. We three Yuan brothers will never be manipulated by others. One of the three brothers said. He. It seems that if I don't cripple a few people today, you'll really think that I won't dare to be ruthless. Yin Feng sneered. After saying that, Silver Flying Badge emitted a green light in a wisp of cold killing intent. The three brothers gathered together and looked at the Silver Flying Badge cautiously. Buzz. Silver Flying Badge made his move. A blue palm print was sent toward one of their dantian. Boom! The triplets shouted at the same time. The auras on their bodies actually connected with each other. Their auras merged seamlessly and their auras rose sharply. One of them threw out a punch and it collided with the palm of the Silver Flying Badge. With a loud explosion, Silver Flying Badge's body trembled and he was sent flying backward. The triplets also took a few steps back at the same time. You have some skills. Yin Fizhang's face turned cold. He didn't expect that the triplets' auras would be able to combine and resist his domain martial skill. Kill! Silver Flying Badge shouted and attacked the triplets again. However, the triplets stood together and exchanged a few moves with Silver Flying Badge, but the result was the same. They were evenly matched, and the Silver Flying Badge could not defeat the triplets at all. Many people's eyes lit up. The Heaven's Pride experts of the Yuan continent were powerful and had cultivated domain martial arts techniques. However, there were too many of them in the continents outside of the Yuan continent. There would always be some outrageous Heaven's favorites who could compete with the local Heaven's favorites. As long as they could resist the other party, they could skip the blood oath. After more than 10 moves, Silver Flying Badge still couldn't take down the triplets. His face turned completely cold. Buzz! A silver hook appeared in Silver Flying Badge's hand. The silver hook was covered with spikes and looked extremely dangerous. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. Silver Flying Badge finally used his Emperor's spiritual weapon. The triplets' expressions changed slightly. A shield appeared in their hands at the same time. 3 shields, 3 identical ones, and all of them were King's spiritual weapons. Buzz! Buzz! The silver hook in Yin Fizhang's hand swept toward the triplets, but one of them blocked it with a shield. Clang! The silver hook swept against the shield, but the shield did not move at all. Clang! Clang! The silver hook in Yin Fizhang's hand swept out like lightning, instantly sweeping out hundreds of ripples. Even the space had a slight ripple. One must know that this was the Yuan continent, where the space was extremely stable. It was extremely difficult to break open the space. To be able to cause a ripple in the space, one could see how terrifying the power was. However, the silver hooks kept hitting the shields, and the triplets were as steady as Mount Tai. In the end, even Yin Fizhang's bloodline fusion couldn't break through the defense of the triplets. These 3 brothers are interesting. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Alright, I'm done. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, which made Yin Fizhang's heart tremble. He withdrew his bloodline and turned into a human with an ugly expression. The one who spoke was Yin Feng. What a piece of trash. You can't even deal with the ants of a few savage islands. Shut up. Yin Feng stepped forward with his hands behind his back and scolded coldly. Yin Fizhang's expression changed drastically. He glared at the triplets and stepped aside with his head lowered, not even daring to make a sound. Are you going to surrender and obediently sign the blood oath contract, or do you want me to do it myself? Yin Feng's gaze swept over the triplets. The 3 of us will never sign a contract. We won't be manipulated by others. At worst, we'll just die. One of the triplets said while the other 2 nodded. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yin Feng's face turned cold. A layer of silver light emanated from his body. His muscles bulged slightly, and a silver domain spread out. Boom! Yin Feng suddenly attacked. His fist glowed with a silver light as he threw a punch at the triplets. A muffled explosion sounded in the air. Block it! The triplets roared. Thump! Yin Feng's silver fist landed on the shield, causing it to shake violently. The triplets' faces changed and they were forced to retreat. The 3 of them retreated more than a dozen steps before they could stabilize themselves. So strong. Everyone looked at Yin Feng with shock and disbelief. The strength displayed by the Silver Flying Badge was already strong enough. Ordinary Heaven's favorites of the same level couldn't even take 1 move from the Silver Flying Badge. However, the triplets were able to withstand Yin Fizhang's attack. But now, the triplets were forced back a dozen steps by Yin Feng's punch. This is spirit body. An innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Yin Feng's physical body was actually a spirit body. Yin Feng had yet to break through to the emperor level and was only at the supreme martial artist level. As such, his spirit body was only an innate spirit body. Lu Ming thought of Di Xian of the Di family, who also had an innate spirit body and amazing combat strength. Moreover, once an innate spirit body entered the martial royal realm, it could transform and become stronger and more amazing. No wonder this Yin Feng was so arrogant. He had an innate spirit body. Not bad. To be able to take one of my punches without being defeated, it is something to be proud of for someone from a mere savage island to have such an achievement. But just now, I only used 50% of my strength. Let's see how many punches you can take from me. Yin Feng said coldly and threw another punch. Hold on. One of the triplets roared as a true dragon appeared above their heads. The three of them used bloodline fusion and their shields expanded rapidly, covering the bodies of the true dragons. Thump. Yin Feng's punch once again landed on the shield, causing it to shake madly. Rings of terrifying sound waves spread out, causing some people's faces to change drastically. They were so shocked that they almost spat out blood. Bang! Bang! The triplets backed away as their dragon claws moved on the ground, blasting huge holes in the ice. If this was the Divine Ruins continent cluster, the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles would probably have exploded. The true dragon that the triplets had transformed into trembled and almost exploded. What? Yin Feng's face turned cold when he failed to take down the triplets with 2 consecutive punches. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It should be my turn to break. He suddenly roared, and a pair of silver gloves appeared on his hands. Without a doubt, the silver glove was an emperor's spiritual weapon. With his emperor's spiritual weapon, Yin Feng punched out again. This time, the triplets were no longer able to withstand the impact. Their shields were sent flying, and their blood vessels collapsed. They returned to their original forms and were sent flying. They crashed into the wall of the valley and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. You can be proud of yourself for being able to take 3 of my punches. It'll give you a chance to sign the contract last. Yin Feng said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He then looked at Yin Feizhang and chided, continue signing. Yes, yes. Yin Feizhang bowed and walked forward with the blood oath contract in his hand. He stared at one of the men and scolded, hurry up and sign. You're not even comparable to an ant. The man had no choice but to sign it. Then, a few more people signed the blood oath contract. With the blood oath contract in hand, Yin Feizhang came to Qiu Yingying and Qiu Haoshan and scolded, hurry up and sign. I won't sign it. Qiu Yingying bit her red lips and said. What? Yin Feizhang's face turned cold. Yin Feng's face was cold and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He had personally made a move and displayed his powerful combat strength. Now, there were still people who didn't want to sign. They were completely ignoring him. If you don't sign it, do you know the consequences? Silver Flying Badge said coldly. The Great Sovereign Secret Realm is full of danger. You made us sign the contract that we will be at your command in the Great Sovereign Secret Realm. We will become your chess pieces. When you encounter danger, you will let us go first and you will reap the benefits, right? Qiu Yingying said loudly. His words caused many people's expressions to change drastically. That was indeed the case. If Yin Feng and the others were in danger in the Great Emperor's Secret Realm and they were asked to help, they would be in grave danger. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives, let alone an opportunity. Some of the people who had signed the contract turned pale. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Silver Flying Badge shouted. This was their original plan. They had come here to find some scapegoats to work for them in the mystic realm. He did not expect that Qiu Yingying would directly expose him. Although your combat strength is strong, we have so many people here. If we work together, why would we be afraid of you? Also, the seniors of Dragon God Valley have summoned us over a vast distance. We haven't entered the Great Emperor's secret realm yet. I don't believe you can do anything to us. Xiao Ying said loudly. Xiao Ying's words made Yin Feng, Yin Feizhang, and the other two's faces turn ugly. Bitch, don't think that I don't dare to touch you. You're just an ant. Even if I kill you, what can I do? Die. Silver Flying Badge shouted angrily, and he threw a palm at Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying's expression changed as she hurriedly retreated. However, the Silver Flying Badge was extremely fast, like a green lightning bolt. It quickly blasted towards Xiao Ying. Little sister, no. Xiao Hao cried out. He wanted to help but it was too late. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Ying and threw a punch. Bang! This figure's punch collided with Silver Flying Badge's palm, and Silver Flying Badge was forced to take a few steps back. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao exclaimed in shock. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ying was naturally Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had not made a move. Because there was no need for him to do so. He didn't know anyone else at the scene, so why should he make a move? However, now that Xiao Ying was involved, Lu Ming had no choice but to take action. Brat, you dare to attack me? The Silver Flying Badge glared at Lu Ming coldly. You dare? Who do you think you are? Why would I not dare? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yin Feizhang's expression froze for a moment. Then, he revealed a ferocious killing intent and shouted, Die. The silver hook reappeared in his hand and he swept it toward Lu Ming. He decided to kill Lu Ming as a warning to others. Get lost. 9 streams of dragon power burst forth as he activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out. Boom! The terrifying fist force exploded with an ear-piercing sound, shaking the void. Silver Flying Badge's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrible force rushing toward him with an unstoppable force. His body trembled violently and he was sent flying backward. Bang! Silver Flying Badge's body hit the ice wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with the sound of bones breaking. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of gasps rang out in the venue. Many people were dumbfounded as they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually injured the Silver Flying Badge with one punch. Just now, the Silver Flying Badge's combat strength was obvious to all. It was definitely powerful. It had cultivated a domain-type martial arts technique and far exceeded the prodigies of the same level. However, it could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming. The contrast was too great. It turned out that there was such a powerful person among them. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao were also dumbfounded. As expected of a person who has awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Xiao Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a crystal light. Ah, brat, I'm going to kill you. The Silver Flying Badge roared and struggled to get up. Buzz. However, a figure flashed and Lu Ming appeared in front of Silver Flying Badge. He grabbed Silver Flying Badge's throat and slammed him against the ice wall. Boom! The ice wall made a violent sound. Silver Flying Badge was like a toad that was hit by a brick. It let out a strange scream and blood flowed out of its mouth and nose. What are you shouting for? Do you really think you're strong? You're the one who calls others trash and ants. In my eyes, you're the ant. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Silver Flying Badge struggled desperately in Lu Ming's hands, but it was as helpless as a weak little chick. You think you're superior? You're just born in the Yuan continent and have cultivated the domain martial technique. Apart from the domain martial technique, who else here is worse than you? Lu Ming continued. This made many people clench their fists and their confidence, which had been hit hard, returned. That's right, the silver flying badge only cultivated a domain technique. Its talent might not be better than theirs. In the future, if they also practiced and comprehended martial arts techniques, how could they be worse than the silver flying badge? It was just a temporary advantage. These people were the top geniuses of their respective continents. They had tough minds and quickly regained their confidence. Release him. At this moment, an extremely cold voice came from behind Lu Ming. It was Yin Feng. At this moment, Yin Feng's body was covered in a layer of silver light. Even his eyes were flashing with silver light. A bone-piercing killing intent was emitted from his body. Lu Ming clasped Yin Feng's neck and turned to look at Yin Feng with a faint smile. You're quite bold, and your combat strength is not bad. However, since you've been so arrogant the moment you came to Dragon God Valley, you'll have a miserable ending. Yin Feng said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Arrogant? Hee, so you're saying that I'm going to be bullied by you and I can't even resist. If I resist, it's called arrogance. Is that the logic of a pig? Lu Ming sneered. Yin Feng's face turned even colder and his killing intent was bone-chilling. From the moment you said those words, you're dead. No one can save you. Oh. Was it? I don't know how many people have said this to me since I started cultivating, but in the end, they all became dead fish. I hope you won't be the next one. Lu Ming sneered. Don't compare me to those ants you've met. Yin Feng said. Hee, in my eyes, you're not even as good as an ant. Also, there's no need to keep this blood oath contract. Lu Ming threw the silver flying badge far away and held the blood oath contract in his hand. You dare. Yin Feng shouted. I'm so scared. Lu Ming sneered. His essential core burst forth and the blood oath contract turned into ashes. Chapter 1403 Crushing Yin Feng, You're Looking for Death. Yin Feng roared and his entire person seemed to have turned into a ball of silver light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! He threw a punch, and a silver fist force was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, be careful. From behind, Qiu Yingying called out worriedly. Lu Ming smiled and threw a punch. Bang! The two fists met, and like a thunderclap, the entire valley was filled with a violent roar. A figure was forced to retreat. Every step he took left a huge pit in the ground. It was Yin Feng. The person who retreated was Yin Feng. Kill! Yin Feng was pushed back by the attack. He howled into the sky and his body was covered in silver light as if he had turned into a silver person. The power of his territory and spirit body was activated to the extreme. He put on the pair of emperor gloves again and threw a punch at Lu Ming. So strong. The power of this punch made the others turn pale with fright as they felt a powerful shock. Yin Feng was too strong. They felt that if they were in his place, they would not even have bones left when they faced Yin Feng's punch. He is indeed very strong. This was Lu Ming's thought. Lu Ming felt that Yin Feng was stronger than Di Xian, whom he had encountered before. However, what did Lu Ming have to fear? The early stage of the Chaos Realm covered his fist. He punched out, and the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel flashed on his fist. Boom! The two fists met for the second time. A blinding light burst out from where the two of them were standing. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the two of them. Who would win? Bang! The light exploded, and a figure was sent flying far away, hitting the ice wall of the valley. It's Yin Feng. It's him, he's lost. The scene was in an uproar. How is that possible? How is this possible? On the side, the other young man who came with Yin Feng and Yin Feizhang widened their eyes in disbelief. They felt as if they were dreaming and could not believe what was happening. Yin Feng was a famous heaven's favorite in Dragon God Valley. He had an innate spirit body and unparalleled combat strength. There were not many who could match him in the same level. But now, he had been defeated by people from a mere savage island. Furthermore, it was a crushing defeat. How could a person from a deserted island be so strong? Kill. I'm going to tear you apart. Yin Feng had gone completely mad. A silver true dragon appeared above his head. Yin Feng performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a silver true dragon that pounced at Lu Ming madly. Is it useful to go crazy? Lu Ming sneered. He soared into the sky and punched out with both fists. Boom! Boom! The primal chaos domain, weighing hundreds of millions of caddies, struck the silver true dragon. The silver dragon roared and rolled in the sky. However, after a few moves, the body of the silver dragon trembled and cracks appeared before it exploded. Within the silver light, Yin Feng's main body appeared. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 9 steps. All 9 steps landed on Yin Feng's face, leaving 9 shoe prints. Yin Feng's body crashed heavily onto the ground and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. How do you feel about being stepped on the face by the ant you speak of? Lu Ming said coldly. His words made Yin Feng's chest tighten, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak. He was furious. Yin Feng's entire body seemed to be burning with anger and was filled with crazy killing intent. He had actually been stepped on by an ant. If this matter were to spread, he would definitely become the laughingstock of Dragon God Valley and be ridiculed by his competitors. All of this was due to his defeat to Lu Ming. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Now, get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. If this place wasn't Dragon God Valley, he wouldn't have let Yin Feng leave. He would have killed him and left no one alive. However, this was Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming had just arrived here. Moreover, Yin Feng's background was definitely not simple. If Lu Ming killed Yin Feng in front of everyone, he would definitely face revenge and be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming let Yin Feng go. Bastard, just you wait, just you wait. After Yin Feng said that, he left with Yin Feizhang and the others. Lu Ming, you've offended Yin Feng. I'm afraid hell take revenge on you. Xiao Ying walked over and said worriedly. It's fine. I didn't kill Yin Feng. I only injured him. It's a fight between peers. The elders won't be so shameless as to take revenge. They'll only take revenge between peers. They'll be more careful among peers. It should be fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm finally fine, the blood oath contract has been torn. Not far away, laughter could be heard. Those who had signed the blood oath contract were even more ecstatic. As the blood oath contract had been torn apart by Lu Ming, it naturally had no effect. However, when they looked at Lu Ming, fear flashed in their eyes. No one came over to thank him. They thought of Yin Feng. Since Lu Ming had offended Yin Feng would definitely take revenge in the future. If they were too close to Lu Ming, they would be implicated. Their eyes flickered and they chose to stay away from Lu Ming, returning to their respective cave abodes. These people are truly ungrateful, Xiao Ying said hatefully. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. This was human nature. Lu Ming had helped them just now and prevented them from being enslaved by Yin Feng. Perhaps, he could save their lives in the Great Emperor's secret realm. However, these people simply ignored all these. Compared to facing Yin Feng's revenge, they ignored Lu Ming's kindness and chose to stay away from him. Humans were just that realistic sometimes. Brother, thank you for your help. At this moment, the triplets walked over and one of them thanked Lu Ming. The other 2 cupped their fists. No need to be so polite. May I know how to address the 3 of you? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming admired the triplets' unyielding character. I'm the boss, and my name is Yuan Tian. He's the second brother, Yuan Di, and the second brother, Yuan Ren. The two of them can't speak. Yuan Tian introduced. You can't speak. Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao and the rest were stunned. It was rare to see a martial arts powerhouse who could not speak. This was because martial arts powerhouses had powerful bodies and had incredible control over their bodies. The chronic diseases of mortals were no problem for martial arts powerhouses at all. Therefore, mute was somewhat inconceivable to martial Dao powerhouses. The few of them chatted for a while more before returning to their cave abodes. The Ruan brothers needed to go back and heal their injuries. As for Lu Ming, he returned to his cave abode and continued cultivating. Now, the embryonic form of the Chaos Realm was getting closer and closer to the limit. Lu Ming believed that he would be able to cultivate to the limit before entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. That way, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and seize the initiative. Saint Stage Expert in the vast snow mountain, within a cave, Long Yuan Mountain was standing respectfully in front of an old man. Yuan Shan, did you really meet a heaven's favorite who got a primordial chaos token in the Divine Ruins Continent group? The old man said. Yes, Master. I wanted to report to you as soon as I came back, but Master has been in seclusion, so I waited until now to report. Long Yuan Shan said respectfully. Well, it's really good to get a mixed energy token in such a remote place. He has endless potential. Only one person in Dragon God Valley has a mixed energy token. The old man smiled warmly. Master, not only that, the bloodline that little guy awakened is the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Long Yuan Mountain said. Oh. The old man's brows rose in surprise. Master, that little guy is called Lu Ming. I've heard about him in the Divine Ruins Continent group. He's a man who values relationships. He's such a good man with a good character. Master, do you want to take him in as your disciple? Long Yuan Mountain said. Hee, there's no rush. It still depends on fate to acknowledge a master. It can't be forced. Everything is up to fate. The old man smiled. Yes, Master. Long Yuan Shan bowed. Yes, Yuan Shan. You didn't tell anyone about Lu Ming obtaining the mixed element token, did you? The old man asked. No, only my master knows about it in Dragon God Valley. Long Yuan Mountain said. Well, then don't tell anyone about it yet. His cultivation level is still low. If this gets out, he'll be in trouble. The old man instructed. Long Yuan Shan naturally nodded his head. Long Shan, you have to cultivate well too. Try to break through to the Saint Realm. If you don't enter the Saint Realm, you won't be able to achieve great things. The old man's tone changed. Thank you for your advice, Master. I will work harder and break through to the Saint Realm. Long Yuan Shan nodded. Go. The old man waved his hand. The following days were very peaceful. Yin Feng did not come to find trouble. Lu Ming was happy to be idle and cultivated in peace. A few months passed by in a flash. The day to enter the Great Emperor's secret realm had arrived. After a few months of cultivation, Lu Ming's embryonic form of the Chaos Domain had been cultivated to its limit 2 months ago. During this period of time, he had been polishing his foundation, allowing his cultivation to reach a state of perfect harmony. As for the other heaven's favorites, they had all made great progress. Here, the cultivation environment was too good, and one's cultivation progress was very fast. Most of the people had already stepped into the supreme level. Only a small number of them remained at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. Thump. Thump. Boom. On this day, the summoning drum sounded again. When they walked out of the cave, Long Yuan Chuan was waiting for them. Alright, the great emperor's secret realm is about to open. Your test and your opportunity have arrived. Now, follow me. After saying that, Long Yuanchuan stepped into the air and left. Everyone followed. They flew out of the huge valley and came to a huge square. There were already many people waiting in the square. There were more than 1,000 people gathered together. At a glance, they were all young people, and most of them had the cultivation of supreme martial artists. They are the same as you. They are the disciples recruited by the Dragon God Valley from various continents. They will also enter the great Emperor's secret realm together. Long Yuanchuan said as they landed on the square. So many people. Everyone was shocked. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. Furthermore, people were still coming in. These were the top talents of the continents. Dragon God Valley had recruited so many people. However, when Lu Ming thought of the map of the entire primordial realm, he felt at ease. Outside the Yuan continent, in the vast ocean, there were too many continents like the Divine Wilderness continent. Recruiting tens of thousands of top heaven's favorites is nothing. It's just a drop in the bucket. People kept flying over. In the end, there were about 20,000 people. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of figures flew over from the vast snow mountain. There were a few thousand of them, and they were all young men. Furthermore, they were all supreme martial artists. However, these people did not land together with Lu Ming and the rest. Instead, they landed above the square. As soon as they landed, they looked at Lu Ming and the rest with all kinds of eyes. Some were curious, some were disdainful, some were cold, and some were disdainful. There were all kinds of gazes. Yin Feng. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd and he saw Yin Feng. Lu Ming finally understood. The thousands of people who came out later were the local talents of Dragon God Valley. Yin Feng, I heard that a few months ago, you were defeated by a country bumpkin from a savage island. He even stepped on your face 9 times. Is that true? A red-robed young man walked towards Yin Feng and asked with a cold smile. Humph, Chi Ku, I don't need you to care about my matters. Yin Feng said with a cold face. Don't need me to care. Haha, Yin Feng, you're really a piece of trash. You can't even defeat a country bumpkin from a savage island and got stomped on 9 times in a row. How embarrassing. Besides, it's fine if you're embarrassing yourself, but you're embarrassing the people of Dragon God Valley as well. Why don't I care? The red-robed youth Chi Ku mocked. On the side, the others also revealed mocking smiles. Detestable. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, and his face revealed a ferocious killing intent. It was all that Lu Ming's fault, that country bumpkin. If it wasn't for him, how would he be ridiculed by Chi Ku? In the past few months, he had been ridiculed a lot. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. That bastard, I must kill him. Yin Feng roared in his heart. His gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to sense Yin Feng's gaze and looked back at him, revealing a disdainful smile. Buzz. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Lu Ming did not know how the elder appeared. It was as if he had been standing there before. The old man had a tall and sturdy figure, and his long beard fluttered in the wind. However, he looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary person. However, he casually stood in the air and attracted everyone's attention. It was as if the old man was the entire world. This aura, Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. This elder's temperament gave him a very familiar feeling. He thought of the profound sky saint. The temperament of the two was very similar. A saint. Lu Ming was certain that this was a martial saint. A martial saint. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen a living martial saint. He could not help but release his spiritual sense. However, the next moment, his body trembled and he quickly retracted his spiritual sense. When he used his spiritual sense to scan, he seemed to see a world appearing in front of him. A terrifying pressure was acting on his heart. If he didn't withdraw his spiritual sense quickly and the other party didn't have any hostility, his soul spirit would have been injured just now. He was too strong. Is this the power of a sage? I'm afraid that if you want to kill me, you can kill me with just a breath, right? Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Chapter 1405 Emperor Song above the martial emperor was the martial saint. Martial saints were also known as saints and saints. A human saint was unbelievably powerful. With a single thought, he could overturn rivers and seas. He was much more powerful than a martial emperor. They were on a completely different level. Furthermore, the martial saint realm was completely different from the other realms. In the cultivation of martial arts, from the martial warrior realm to the martial emperor realm, there were 9 major realms. Each realm was divided into 9 heavens. However, a martial saint was completely different. The martial saint realm was further divided into 3 stages, which were the bright saint stage, the great saint stage, and the absolute saint stage. Each realm was divided into 4 levels: initial, upper, peak, and perfection. The span between each realm was extremely large. The 3 realms were collectively called the martial sage realm. Above it was the martial sovereign realm, also known as the great sovereign realm. It was said that the martial emperor realm was different from the martial saint realm. He just didn't know what realm the old man in front of him was at. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. As soon as the old man appeared, Long Yuanchuan and the others flew up into the sky. There were 20 of them, and they all greeted the old man. This subordinate pays his respects to Elder Hong. N. The tall and sturdy old man nodded and waved his hand. Long Yuanchuan and the others stood behind him respectfully. Then, Elder Hong's gaze swept across the entire place. Everyone felt an invisible pressure pressing down on their bodies. They immediately stood up straight and looked solemn. Even those local young men who were extremely arrogant, they still stood obediently and respectfully in the eyes of Elder Hong. I believe everyone already knows our goal this time. Elder Hong said, his voice loud and clear, ringing in everyone's ears. Here, I would like to emphasize a few points. First, we are entering the Great Emperor's secret realm, and the Great Emperor is Emperor Tsang. Elder Hong announced. Many people were shocked. What? It's actually Emperor Tsang. I thought it was a secret realm left behind by a great emperor from a long time ago. I didn't expect it to be Emperor Tsang. There were many discussions at the scene, and the loudest were the local young men. Because, Emperor Tsang's reputation was too great. Whether it was Dragon God Valley or the Tianshan sect, they were all located in the Tsang region. As the name suggested, the name of the Tsang region came from Emperor Tsang. 60,000 years ago, Emperor Tsang was the ruler of the Azure continent. He was the only great emperor of the Azure continent. However, 60,000 years ago, Emperor Tsang suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was said that Emperor Tsang had already fallen. As for how he had died, no one knew. Emperor Tsang disappeared, and the Azure continent no longer had any emperors. Now, it had created a situation where heroes fought for supremacy. And this time, the great emperor's secret realm was actually Emperor Tsang's. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This time, you will be entering the Emperor Tsang's mystic realm. It is not only a test, but also a training experience. It is also your chance. When you come out of the mystic realm, you will become official disciples of Dragon God Valley. Also, you can use the treasures you have obtained in the mystic realm. If you need them, you can keep them for yourself. The sect will not force you to hand them over. If you feel that you can't use it, you can hand over some high-grade treasures or secret techniques to the sect. The sect will definitely compensate you with Orirocks or treasures of equivalent value. Elder Hong's words made everyone's hearts burn. Dragon God Valley would not force anyone to hand over the treasures in the Great Emperor's secret realm. It was a voluntary matter. If they were willing to hand over the treasures, they would do so. The sect would compensate them accordingly. This condition was too generous and shocking. What he got was his own. Lu Ming was secretly impressed. This was also one of the strategies of the Dragon God Valley. In this way, everyone would try their best to find the treasure, because what they obtained would be their own. If the Dragon God Valley sect had given the order to hand over all the treasures they had obtained, no one would risk their lives to search for treasures. At most, they would find a place to hide and pass the assessment when they came out. In any case, these young men would be disciples of Dragon God Valley in the future. The more fortuitous encounters they had, the more Dragon God Valley would benefit in the future. The second point. Elder Hung's voice rang out again, and the entire place fell silent. Secondly, this time, the 13 top sects of the Azure continent will send a large number of disciples in. The competition will be intense. Therefore, the disciples of Dragon God Valley must unite against the outsiders. Do you understand? Yes, Elder. Everyone responded loudly. All right, then follow me. Elder Hong waved his hand and a battleship appeared in the sky. The moment it appeared, it grew rapidly, becoming 100 miles long. Everyone flew onto the warship. Although there were more than 20,000 people, it was still very spacious on the 100-mile-long warship. Let's go, let's go. Elder Hong shouted, and the warship broke through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. In the Yuan continent, due to the stability of the space, it was much more difficult to use a transfer array. It was not that there was no transfer array, but the price to use it was extremely high. Therefore, they usually used external objects, such as warships of various sizes and puppets, to travel. Elder Hong's warship was a large one. The battleship tore through the air at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, it only needed to be activated by rough stones to keep flying without any need to rest. A few days later, the warship stopped above a barbaric mountain range. Everyone got out of the warship and stood in the air. Elder Hong waved his hand and kept the battleship. The crowd looked around and found that there was someone else besides Dragon God Valley. People from the other sects had already arrived. It's the Heaven God sect. And the Jiuxiao Sword sect. There's also the Heaven Seat King. The local youths could tell with a single glance which force these people belonged to. Of the 13 top powers of the Azure continent, 5 or 6 had already arrived. The Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the east. The Tianshan sect was located in the east. It was densely packed with tens of thousands of people. The number was double that of the Dragon God Valley. The Dragon God Valley had a higher requirement for bloodline. One needed to awaken the bloodline of the true dragon or the flood dragon. However, the cultivation of the Tianshan sect was more complex, so many bloodlines could join. Fortunately, Lu Ming's eyesight was very good. He saw a few familiar faces among the tens of thousands of people in the deity sect. Eden, Zi Wuji, Bing Kong, and Ji Hongchen. However, she didn't see Xian Yinjuan. Lu Ming looked at the people of the Heavenly God sect. Many people from the Heavenly God sect were also looking in their direction. This time, the Holy Maiden Yinjuan told us that she has enemies in Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demonic sect. She asked us to help her deal with them. In the Tianshan sect, a young man with a flame mark between his eyebrows said. Of course, since the Holy Maiden has spoken, those few ants will naturally be dealt with. Another young man sneered. At the mention of the Holy Maiden, their eyes could not help but reveal adoration and deep respect. Xian Yinjuan, the Holy Virgin of the Tianshan sect, was definitely a legendary figure. He was just from a wild island. After entering the deity sect, he was chosen by the great elder of the deity sect and was accepted as a personal disciple. Furthermore, he revealed his outstanding talent, which shocked the entire deity sect. Inside the tomb later on, Xian Yinjuan was conferred the title of Saintess by the Tiantian sect, and his status was revered. Since her cultivation had already broken through to the martial royal realm, she could not enter the great emperor's secret realm. Hence, she had asked a few heaven's favorites from the Tiantian sect to enter the great emperor's secret realm and help her deal with a few strong enemies. How could they refuse to serve the holy maiden? Bing Kong, Eden, Zi Wuji, you all came from the same continent as the saintess. Who was the person the saintess asked to kill? The young man with the flame mark on his forehead looked at Bing Kong, Eden, Zi Wuji, and Ji Hongchen. The expressions of the four people changed slightly. Eden and Ji Hongchen both remained silent. Senior brother Lu, it's that one. Bing Kong pointed at Lu Ming's position. Oh, it's that kid. The young man with the flame mark between his brows and some other young men all looked at Lu Ming. Ji Hongchen's face revealed a trace of worry. This kid is mine. The young man with the flame mark on his forehead said casually. Lu Yen, that might not be the case. It's not that easy to win the saintess' favor. That kid can be killed at any time. It'll all depend on our luck. Whoever meets him in the great emperor's secret realm is lucky. The other young man sneered. Humph, let's see who's lucky. The young man with the flame mark on his forehead snorted. In the crowd of Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming naturally saw the scene where Bing Kong pointed at him. However, Lu Ming did not care. It was fine if these people did not provoke him. If they were courting death, he did not mind sending them on their way. Buzz. In the distance, another large sect had arrived. As time passed, more and more powerful forces and sects arrived. The number of people at the scene grew. A few hours later, a total of 13 sects and powers arrived. These 13 sects were the 13 most powerful forces in the Azure continent. Each force had more than 20,000 people. In total, they had more than 300,000 people. In other words, there would be more than 300,000 people entering the great emperor's secret realm this time. It was a huge number. These people were all top heaven's favorites from the various continents. Every force had a saint realm expert leading them. The 13 saints stood in the air and waited silently. Soon, night fell, and a moon appeared in the sky. Blood moon, this moon was actually blood red. A ray of blood-red moonlight scattered from the blood moon. Buzz. At this moment, a wave-like ripple appeared in the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the 13 saints lit up, and they released a shocking aura. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The 13 saints stepped forward and appeared where the ripples were. Attention! We are now opening the entrance to the great emperor's secret realm. One of the sages said. The 13 saints' auras were so powerful that it was as if 13 worlds had appeared there. At the same time, the 13 of them made their moves. 13 rainbow lights of different colors flew forward and gathered together. Open! The 13 saints shouted. Boom! Boom! A muffled boom resounded between heaven and earth. The void cracked open, and a huge object appeared. At first, it was blurry, but slowly, it became clearer and clearer. That's, Lu Ming's pupils constricted. What appeared in the void was actually a tomb, a huge tomb. It was incomparably huge, even bigger than a mountain range, and its energy was 1,000,000 feet high. Countless people were shocked. Was this the great emperor's secret realm, or was this the great emperor's tomb? The great emperor's secret realm was the great emperor's tomb. Boom! With a final boom, the huge tomb completely appeared in the sky. It was as high as the sky. Lu Ming had never seen such a majestic and huge grave. Boom! 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 When the tomb appeared, the huge gravestone in front of it moved. As he slowly moved towards the first rank, some of the more timid people took a deep breath and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The gravestone moved and finally opened completely, revealing the pitch-black darkness inside. Could this be the entrance to the great Emperor's secret realm? Someone said, his voice trembling. If it was a normal tomb, no one would be afraid, but this involved a great emperor, so it was a little creepy. That's right. This is the entrance. Hurry up and enter. If you're too late, the gravestone will close. One of the sages said. It really was. Some people's hearts tightened. Ha ha ha, isn't it just a tomb? What a cowards. Someone laughed and flew over first. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Then, more people flew in. Let's go. More than 20,000 people from Dragon God Valley flew toward the entrance of the tomb in unison. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew in. The entrance to the tomb was huge, and it could accommodate many people at the same time. Soon, everyone flew into the tomb. Boom. 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 After everyone flew into the tomb, the gravestone rumbled and automatically closed. It was pitch black inside the tomb. One couldn't even see one's fingers. Even if everyone's cultivation was high, they could still see in the night. But here, they couldn't see anything at all, and they were plunged into darkness. Who? The next moment, someone condensed a flame, and only then did the tomb have a trace of dim light. A ball of flame appeared in Lu Ming's hand as well. He could barely see the area within a radius of tens of meters. Brother Lu. Qiao Ying's voice was heard as she walked towards Lu Ming. Beside Qiao Ying, Qiao Hao was also there. Young Lady Qiao, Brother Qiao. Lu Ming greeted the two people. Heaven Seat King's people, gather here. People of the Heavenly God sect, gather here. People of Dragon God Valley, come here. In the darkness, a series of voices sounded as the disciples of the 13 forces began to gather. In such an environment, they would only feel safe when they gathered together. Lu Ming and the other two also headed in the direction of Dragon God Valley. There seemed to be many forks in the road. Qiao Ying's eyes swept around. At this time, many people condensed flames, holy light, and the like. Countless bright lights, like stars in the night sky, illuminated this space. They found that they were now in a huge stone room. This stone room was extremely huge and was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Around the stone room, there were many huge passages. There were no markings at the entrance of the passage, so no one knew where these passages led to. Heaven Seat King's disciples were going this way. Disciples of the Heavenly God sect, over here. In the end, the 13 forces each chose a passage. The people of Dragon God Valley chose the passage on the left and moved forward carefully. The passageway was wide and spacious. It was not crowded at all even when tens of thousands of people walked together. However, everyone was very careful. In this strange environment, no one dared to be careless. Chapter 1407 Narrow escape. Soon, everyone had traveled more than 100 miles. However, this passageway seemed to have no end. It was shockingly long, and they had yet to reach the end. The walls here seemed to be covered with inscriptions. Qiao Ying said softly. Lu Ming scanned the room. Indeed, the walls here were covered with inscriptions. These inscriptions had a strange structure and were combined in a very strange way. It looked very strange. Furthermore, the inscriptions didn't seem to have any abnormalities at all. It was as if too much time had passed and they had lost their spirituality. Brother Lu, be careful. Suddenly, Qiao Ying exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he moved a few meters to the side. Buzz. A wisp of strange black thorn pierced the place where Lu Ming had been standing just now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, more black stingers were aimed at Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Be careful. Lu Ming's body flashed and dodged the black spikes. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao also dodged the attacks, but they seemed to be in a sorry state. Despicable. It's Yin Feng. Qiu Yingying glared at the front. Lu Ming naturally saw it too. In front of him, Yin Feng stood under the wall with his palm pressed against the wall. There was a fluorescent flash. The black thorn just now was shot out from the wall that Yin Feng's palm was pressed against. Yin Feng had used a special method to activate the inscriptions on the wall to attack them. Hee, you guys are lucky. Yin Feng sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Despicable. Before the Sage Realm Elder came in, he warned us to unite, but Yin Feng tried to kill us in secret. Qiu Yingying gritted her teeth. Despicable. Qiu Hao also said hatefully. It had been very dangerous just now. They felt that those strange black thorns were extremely terrifying. If they had been stabbed, they would have been in grave danger. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He did not say much. After that, the group became more careful and continued forward. After traveling for about 100 miles, there was gradually light in front, and it was no longer pitch black. The pressure in everyone's heart finally eased a little. After walking for a while, everyone stopped. That was because a deep abyss had appeared in front of them. The abyss blocked the way. On the abyss, there were 10 bridges that led to the other side. However, in front of the abyss, there was a stone tablet with 4 words written on it, 9 deaths and 1 life. 10 bridges corresponded to 9 deaths and 1 life. What did that mean? Did this mean that out of the 10 bridges, 9 were dead ends and 1 was a way out? But how was he going to get through this? Which way was the way out? What do we do? Someone said. Isn't this simple? Find 10 people and we'll know once we try. A cold voice rang out from the crowd. It was Yin Feng. Everyone was shocked. Finding 10 people to try this method was very simple, but 9 of them would die. Those who tried it would only have a slim chance of survival. Who would be willing to try? Going there would mean death. Isn't that simple? You, and you, get up there. Yin Feng pointed at 10 people. Among them were Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and the Yuan triplets. Why should I go up and try? Impossible, you can go if you want to. One of the people who was called out shouted. What are you shouting for? Lowly ants from a savage island, our dragon god valley crossed an endless distance to summon you here and let you enter the great emperor's secret realm, giving you the chance to obtain supreme opportunities. Are you not going to do anything? Now, it's time for you to contribute. Yin Feng coldly laughed. That's right. Hurry up and go up. With your strength, this is all you can do. Otherwise, what are you doing here? Are you just freeloading? Another young man beside Yin Feng sneered. No, I'm not going. The young man shouted and shook his head in refusal. You're looking for death. Yin Feng's eyes turned cold. His figure suddenly appeared beside the young man and he threw a punch. Bang! The young man's body was sent flying far away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his aura was extremely weak. No, I'll kill you now. Yin Feng's eyes were as cold as lightning as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming and the rest. Idiot! Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming did not lower his voice and his voice could be heard from afar. What did you just say? Yin Feng glared at Lu Ming. Not only are they stupid, but they also have bad ears. Lu Ming cast a disdainful glance at Yin Feng. Kid, it's time for you to contribute to Dragon God Valley. Do you want to make so many people wait for you? If you let the other sex get the first move, can you bear the responsibility? Yin Feng shouted. The other local young men sneered as they watched. The other young men from the overseas continent looked on coldly. To them, it was the best for Lu Ming to go up. At least they did not have to take the risk. If Lu Ming did not go, what if Yin Feng found them? Since you want to contribute so much to Dragon God Valley, why don't you do it yourself? Wouldn't it be more efficient? Lu Ming said calmly. Who do you think you are? Can your life be compared to mine? Yin Feng shouted coldly. Yin Feng, why are you wasting time with him? If you're not going up, just throw him up. The young man who had spoken to Yin Feng earlier said coldly. At the same time, he strode toward Lu Ming. Brat, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Do you want to go on your own, or do you want me to throw you over? The young man was dressed in a purple robe. He had a cold expression on his face as he tried to grab Lu Ming. Throw it over, I think that's a good idea. Lu Ming sneered. The early stage of the Chaos Realm enveloped his body and he threw a punch at the purple-robed young man. Boom! The purple-robed young man's body trembled violently and blood spurted out of his mouth. Just as he was about to be sent flying by Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped the purple-robed young man across the face. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap was heard, and the purple-robed young man's body fell heavily to the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was unknown what the ground was made of, but it was unbelievably hard and indestructible. The purple-robed young man lay on the ground, wailing like a dead dog. Brat, you're bold, impudent. How dare you hurt people? Ants from the wilderness. You're courting death. Lu Ming had beaten the purple-robed young man half to death with one move, shocking everyone. Then, the dozen local young men shouted one by one, their bodies emitting cold killing intent. Their figures flashed and they surrounded Lu Ming. In their eyes, a mere ant from a desolate island dared to attack them. He was really courting death. It seems that we have enough people to try 10 bridges. Lu Ming sneered. What did you just say? Big words, die. One of the young men shouted and charged at Lu Ming. The next moment. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on his dantian. He let out a shrill scream and lay on the ground, unable to move. Whoosh! 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 Ah! 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 Following that, Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and his body flashed. The scene was filled with screams. Then, the dozen or so young men who wanted to besiege Lu Ming all lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Chapter 1408 Throw them all over at the scene, everyone was stunned. Lu Ming had very strong combat abilities. Those young men were the local elites of Dragon God Valley. Each of them had cultivated a domain-level martial arts technique. Their combat strength was much stronger than those of the overseas continent. However, these people were unable to fight back at all in the hands of Lu Ming. He crushed them like dried weeds. Most of the local young people were also dumbfounded. A small number of people had serious expressions. Yin Feng. After taking care of more than 10 people, Lu Ming looked at Yin Feng. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and strode toward Yin Feng. Enough. A cold shout rang out. A young man with a cold expression appeared beside Yin Feng and looked at Lu Ming coldly. Enough? Who do you think you are, get lost? Lu Ming shouted coldly. The other party's eyes darkened. You've dealt such a heavy blow to your fellow sect members. I don't think there's a need for you to stay in Dragon God Valley. Now, you have no share of this secret realm. Go back. Get lost. Lu Ming's answer was even simpler this time. It was only one word. You're courting death. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. I'll let you know what true strength is. The other party spoke coldly, and a dragon's roar sounded from his body. Roar. Then, the young man exhaled. His voice was like a dragon's roar. He bent his fingers like claws and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if he had seen a real dragon that was trying to grab him. Innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As soon as this young man attacked, Lu Ming could sense that this person was the same as Yin Feng. He also had an innate spirit body. Moreover, it was a special kind of dragon body. Boom! When the young man made his move, a terrifying force was emitted from Lu Ming's back. It was Yin Feng. He actually took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Lu Ming. You're looking for death. He did not panic at all in the face of the attacks. With a sway of his body, he dodged the claw in front of him and twisted his body to strike at Yin Feng. Yin Feng's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Ming to react so quickly. He wanted to retreat but it was too late. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on his fist, causing him to tremble and stagger backward. Lu Ming activated the embryonic form of the Chaos Domain and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art, attacking Yin Feng like a storm. Let's attack together and kill this man. This man is lawless. Yin Feng roared. However, other than the young man from before, the others did not make a move. In Dragon God Valley, the competition was very fierce. Many local disciples were competitors with Yin Feng, and they were happy to see Yin Feng suffer. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's fist force was like a mountain as he threw a few consecutive punches. Yin Feng barely managed to block a few moves. When Lu Ming's fist landed on his stomach, Yin Feng's eyes almost popped out as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Pa! Lu Ming slapped Yin Feng's face. The terrifying force almost blew Yin Feng's head apart. His head rumbled and he fell to the ground. Why would I? The pupils of the young man who had attacked Lu Ming earlier contracted rapidly. Yin Feng's combat strength was similar to his but he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. This shocked him and he retreated rapidly. Now, if you want to retreat, can you? Lu Ming said coldly. He activated the wind element technique and rushed towards the other party. The result was without a doubt. After a few moves, the other party ended up like Yin Feng. He was beaten into a dead dog and fell to the ground. Now, someone can scout the way. Lu Ming said softly. He picked up Yin Feng and the young man and walked towards the edge of the abyss. Little brat, what do you want to do? The elder warned us to stay united. You injured a fellow disciple, and now you're killing one of us. You're disobeying the elder's orders. I'll report this to the sect when we get out. Yin Feng shouted. He was clearly the one who wanted to deal with Lu Ming. Previously, he had activated the inscription in the passage to kill Lu Ming. Later on, he wanted Lu Ming to be the pathfinder but he was the one who started everything. Now, he was slandering Lu Ming for killing his fellow disciples. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He grabbed the two of them and walked to the side of the abyss. Don't, I'm warning you. Yin Feng and the other young man were so frightened that they almost peed their pants. They roared madly and struggled with all their might. However, Lu Ming had already used his essential core to seal their cultivation. No matter how they struggled, it was of no use. Then, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the two people out. They each flew towards a bridge. Didn't the two of them want someone to test the waters? Then let the two of them probe. The two of them shrieked madly in the air. One of them was exhausted, and the other was miserable. It was worse than killing pigs. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them flew along the bridge and landed on the other side. After falling, the two of them were still screaming. You're fine. Everyone was stunned. The two of them were actually fine. Wasn't it a narrow escape? Logically speaking, there should only be one way out. How could there be two? Let's try again. Lu Ming moved and grabbed a few of the young men he had just knocked down. While they were shouting, he threw them over the other bridges. The few of them flew over one by one, and nothing happened. Following that, Lu Ming tried crossing the 10 bridges one by one and nothing happened. So he was just cursing to scare people. He's completely fine. Let's go. The young man from Dragon God Valley cursed as he rushed along the bridge. Sure enough, nothing happened. These 10 bridges were purely scary. Lu Ming touched his nose. Why did this look like a prank? Damn it, damn it. Yin Feng and the young man with the innate spirit body roared in their hearts. They were furious. This time, it was really embarrassing. Just now, when the two of them were faced with the threat of death, they had cried out in pain. They were in such a sorry state that they would not be able to raise their heads in the future. They blamed Lu Ming for everything. Seeing that Lu Ming had stepped onto the bridge, the two of them were shocked. They hurriedly rushed toward the passage in front and disappeared without a trace. These guys are lucky. Lu Ming muttered. He was indeed lucky to not die even after this. Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying and the rest crossed the bridge and continued to move forward. This time, not long after they walked, they saw a large door. They walked out of the door and came to a huge platform. People from other forces. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area and realized that the platform was huge and long. There were also many doors on both sides of Lu Ming and the others. Disciples from other forces had appeared. It turned out that there were many passages in the tomb that led to this place. In front of the platform, there was a huge bubble-like object that was floating. In the bubbles, the shadows of mountains and rivers could be seen. There was actually a world inside. Is that the true secret realm of the great emperor? It must be. This is a plane. It's normal for a great emperor's secret realm to be in a plane. Let's go, charge in. Some people flew up and rushed toward the bubble. The earlier he entered, the earlier he could break through to the martial royal realm and take the initiative. If she comes, he'll step on her too. As soon as those people got close to the bubble, their bodies rapidly shrank. When they got close to the bubble, they became as small as dust and then disappeared into the bubble. Fine. Many people saw that it was fine to enter, so even more people rushed towards the bubble. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. A dense crowd of figures charged into the bubble and then disappeared inside. Let's go too. Lu Ming said. Together with Qiu Yingying and the rest, they flew toward the bubble. As soon as they flew towards the bubble, a strong force of attraction was produced on the bubble, pulling them in. The closer they got to the bubble, they felt that the bubble was getting bigger. Then, their figures also entered the bubble and disappeared. On the platform, Yin Feng and a few other people looked at Lu Ming's disappearing figure. Cold killing intent burst out from their bodies. Just you wait, he'll definitely kill this person. The young man with the innate spirit body roared in anger. Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong now, when we reach the great emperor's secret realm, we'll break through to the martial royal realm and our combat strength will increase greatly. Moreover, our innate spiritual bodies will also undergo a transformation. By then, we'll let him die without a burial place. Yin Feng gritted his teeth and said. That's right. What's the use of having a supreme-level battle prowess? When he breaks through to the Emperor realm, he'll make sure he dies an ugly death. The first person gritted his teeth and said. Their cultivation had reached the limit of the Supreme Being realm, and they could start to break through to the martial royal realm at any time. Furthermore, their identities were not ordinary. They had powerful experts backing them. They had long been prepared to break through to the martial emperor realm. They were 100% confident that they could break through to the Tao Emperor realm. Moreover, when an innate spirit body broke through to the emperor level, it would also transform and reach the level of an inferior earth spirit body. Its combat strength would increase greatly and be much stronger than ordinary spirit bodies. At that time, they had full confidence that they would make Lu Ming die an ugly death. Then, the few of them also flew towards the bubble and disappeared. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the bubble, he felt the world spinning. The next moment, he was high up in the sky. He quickly circulated his true essence to stabilize his body. Buzz. 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 Waves of ripples appeared in the sky. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and realized that there were many people in the void. There were more than 100 people in his line of sight, but he did not see Qiao Ying and the others. It seemed that after entering this secret realm, they would appear at random. In the void, more than 100 people sized each other up. There were people from all 13 sects and powers among the 100 people. It's that kid from Dragon God Valley. One of them looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes lit up. This person was the young man with the flame mark between his eyebrows from the Tianshan sect. His name was Lu Yen. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yen, we're so lucky. A figure appeared beside Lu Yen. It was Bing Kong. Huh, my luck is indeed good. Those guys still want to compete with me. After I kill this person, the saint will definitely have a whole new level of respect for me. Lu Yen was overjoyed. He took a step forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Bing Kong followed. Naturally, Lu Ming had also noticed Bing Kong and Lu Yen. He stood quietly in the void, his expression calm. Boy, you must be Lu Ming. You're unlucky to have met me. Lu Yen sneered, his body exuding an ice-cold killing intent. You want to kill me? Is it because of him? Lu Ming said, his eyes fixed on the ice. Lu Ming guessed that Bing Kong was trying to kill him. After all, back in the continent of the Divine Ruins, when the major sects of the Yuan continent were selecting their disciples, Bing Kong had been badly beaten by him. Him? You're wrong, it's the Holy Maiden who wants your life. Huh, no one can save you today. Lu Yen sneered, a powerful aura exuding from his body. Holy Maiden. Lu Ming frowned. The Holy Virgin of the Heavenly God sect wanted to kill him. However, he had just arrived and did not know any Holy Virgin of the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming, I bet you didn't expect that Xian Yinjuan has become the Holy Maiden of the deity sect. He's been accepted as the personal disciple of the first elder of the deity sect. Bing Kong said. Xian Yinjuan, the Holy Virgin of the Tianshan sect. Lu Ming was astonished. He had never expected that Xian Yinjuan would become the Holy Maiden of the deity sect. No wonder he didn't see Xian Yinjuan among the disciples of the Tianshan sect. At the mention of Xian Yinjuan, Lu Ming could not help but think of Xian Yinqing. He didn't see Xian Yinqing among the disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect. What was going on? Lu Ming was a little worried. He decided that after this matter was over, he would take some time to go to the Tianyu demon sect and ask about the situation. That's right. Lu Ming, do you regret offending the Saintess Ninjuan? Bing Kong's body exuded a cold aura. Regret? What's there to regret? If she comes, they'll step on her too. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arrogant. You're simply courting death. Lu Yan's eyes were cold. Senior brother Lu Yan, this person has a grudge with this little brother. Why don't you let this little brother deal with him? Bing Kong said to Lu Yan. You want to steal my credit? Lu Yan's face darkened. Senior brother, you've misunderstood. How dare I? As long as I cripple him, they'll hand him over to Shixiang to deal with whether I kill him or not. The credit will naturally go to Shixiang. I have a grudge against Lu Ming in the past. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to calm my heart. Bing Kong hurriedly explained. Oh. So that's how it is. Then, make your move. Lu Yen nodded, his hands behind his back as he stood by the side and watched. Buzz. His combat sword was unsheathed and an icy long sword appeared in Bing Kong's hand. The embryonic form of the ice domain spread out from his body and he charged towards Lu Ming. You think you're my match? Lu Ming said indifferently. Huh, Lu Ming, times are different now. You're so ignorant. 2 years ago, you actually stayed in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. How can the cultivation environment of the continent group of the Divine Ruins be compared to that of the primordial land? I came here 2 years earlier than you, and my cultivation has already reached the limit of the Supreme Realm. How much progress can you make by staying in the continent group of the Divine Ruins? Bing Kong laughed coldly. Oh. Is this why you're so confident? How lamentable. Lu Ming shook his head, and an aura emanated from his body. The aura of a supreme martial artist. Bing Kong's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Ming's cultivation to have reached the supreme being level. It seems that you have made great progress in the few months you have been in the Yuan continent. Bing Kong said. He believed that Lu Ming had broken through to the supreme being realm in the few months that he had been in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming smiled and could not be bothered to explain. But even if we're both supreme martial artists, you're still no match for me. Ice Jade Technique, kill. The ice suddenly moved. He became one with the sword. A terrifying sword mark made of ice jade flew towards Lu Ming with shocking power. So he cultivated a domain martial technique. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Bing Kong had cast a domain martial art technique. No wonder Bing Kong was so confident. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the icy air. Wherever Lu Ming's fist force passed, the sword chi in the icy air instantly collapsed. The fist force didn't stop and continued to crush the ice. Innate flame spirit body Bing Kong felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas surging towards him. This force was not something he could resist at all. He turned pale with fright. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Boom! The terrifying power slammed into his body. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and hit a mountain peak in the distance. How is that possible? He widened his eyes and glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been staying in the Divine Ruins Continent Group. It was impossible for the Divine Ruins Continent Group to have domain martial arts techniques. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so powerful? Originally, he was full of confidence. He had come to the Yuan continent 2 years earlier than Lu Ming, and his cultivation had greatly increased. He had reached the limit of the refined state. Moreover, he was good at socializing and had gotten to know Lu Yen and the others. He had obtained a domain martial art technique that was suitable for him. After successfully cultivating it, his combat power had increased greatly and had already far surpassed Eden and Zi Wuji. Initially, he had wanted to suppress Lu Ming after meeting him this time to take revenge for what happened back then. However, after he met Lu Ming, everything was beyond his expectations. Not only had Lu Ming's cultivation reached the supreme being level, but his combat strength was also so powerful that he completely crushed him. He had severely injured him with one move. This is your combat power, this is what you rely on. Trash will always be trash. Even if you came to the Yuanlu 2 years earlier, you still can't withstand a single blow. Lu Ming berated coldly. You, Bing Kong was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Hee, you do have some combat power. However, with this bit of combat power, you dare to be so arrogant in front of my Tianshan sect's disciples. I think you found the wrong person. A cold voice was heard and a scorching aura enveloped Lu Ming. Flowing flame appeared in front of Lu Ming. A golden flame leaped from his body, and a terrifying temperature spread towards Lu Ming. What a high temperature! This person also has an innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The flames on Lu Yan's body were not condensed through intent or domain, but directly emitted from his body. Only a spirit body could directly emit flames and have an astonishing temperature. In the surroundings, there were originally some onlookers, but at this time, they couldn't help but retreat. A few of them were disciples of the Dragon God Valley, but they all retreated coldly and had no intention of attacking. Lu Yan's fire spirit body is extremely powerful. That kid is dead for sure. Ordinary people can only be killed in seconds when they encounter an innate spirit body. A few people spoke, gloating. Nonsense, just make your move. I don't have time to waste on you. Lu Ming berated. Since you're in a hurry to reincarnate, it'll fulfill your wish. Fire God slash. Lu Yan roared. His palm was like a blade as he slashed it down at Lu Ming. The flames condensed and formed a flaming saber, slashing toward Lu Ming's head. It was like the war blade of the fire god, with terrifying power. The embryonic form of the chaos domain surrounded his body and Lu Ming threw a punch. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel appeared in the void, making Lu Ming's punch indestructible. It collided with the flaming saber. Shockwaves spread out, and the air shook. The flaming saber collapsed. As for Lu Yan, he was also forced to retreat by the backlash. This is your strength? Lu Ming said indifferently, revealing a hint of mockery. Lu Yan's expression darkened. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Fire God Technique, 8 Desolations. Lu Yan let out a long roar, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a fire god. He was over 1,000 meters tall, and with a single slash of his saber, he could annihilate everything. Boom! Lu Ming rushed up. There was no shocking phenomenon. He only threw a punch. It was a simple punch, but its power was enough to suppress mountains and rivers. Boom! The fist force and the saber clashed for the second time. Thump! The sky and earth rumbled as endless flames spread out in all directions. The flaming saber was once again shattered. Then, Lu Ming stepped in the air and threw a punch. A terrifying fist force crossed the void and hit the 1,000-meter-tall fire god. Boom! A huge hole was pierced through Vulcan's huge body. The flames that filled the sky disappeared, and Lu Yan frantically retreated. A large hole had appeared in his chest, and it was bright from the front and back. However, he was fine. It was as if his entire body was made of flames. At this moment, the flames were wriggling in the big hole, and the big hole was quickly repairing itself. I have a fire spiritual body, you can't hurt me. Lu Yan's furious voice rang out. A fire spirit body is indeed amazing. Lu Ming said. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, the spirit body was condensed from the bloodline, so it naturally had some characteristics of the bloodline. For example, natural-type bloodlines, fire, ice, water, lightning, and so on. Before reaching the emperor realm, it was already difficult to destroy these bloodlines. For example, flames could be destroyed, but the body could reform. Of course, that was when he was performing the bloodline fusion. However, after condensing a spirit body, it was even more amazing. For example, the spiritual body of fire made one's entire body seem to be made of flames. Even if one's entire body was destroyed, it could reform and greatly increase one's vitality. However, there was a limit to everything. If he encountered someone with a high cultivation level, he could directly use his powerful strength to obliterate the spirit body. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. He continued to step forward and charged toward Lu Yan. Flame cage. Lu Yan roared, his entire body turning into flames. The flames that filled the sky formed a huge cage that enveloped Lu Ming. It wanted to use the power of the flames to refine Lu Ming. Chaos. Lu Ming's palm was filled with chaotic light. The embryonic form of the chaos domain was like a chaotic ball that wrapped around Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the fire cage. This time, the fire cage collapsed and turned into flames. At the same time, the flames that filled the sky flew into the distance and began to gather. Lu Yan's body reappeared, but this time, his face was unusually pale and blood was flowing out of his mouth. "You can extinguish my flames." Lu Yan roared in fear. Lu Ming's punch just now had started to obliterate his spirit body, causing him to be seriously injured. If a few more punches came, he would probably die. What flame spirit body? Trash! Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped into the air and headed toward Lu Yan. His primal chaos domain was formed by the emperors of countless domains. It was not uncommon for him to be able to wear down the spiritual body of fire. "Let's go." Lu Yan didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to run. Boom! A fist force filled with chaotic light shot toward him. Lu Yan's body was pierced through by the fist force, leaving a hole in it. This time, no matter how he tried to use the flames to recover, the hole could not be healed in a short time. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't dare to stop. He turned into a streak of fire and fled. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch across the air. The fist radiance destroyed Lu Yan's body, turning him into balls of flames that flew into the distance and disappeared. The Martial Emperor's Great Tribulation, a natural-type spirit body, was indeed wonderful. Its vitality was much stronger than others. If it were anyone else, they would have been destroyed in body and spirit after a few punches from Lu Ming. However, Lu Yan was only seriously injured, but he was able to escape. What powerful battle strength! The surrounding people all took in a cold breath. Lu Yan had an innate flame spiritual body. Without a doubt, he was a peerless genius and had cultivated a domain martial technique. A paragon like him could kill other paragons of the same level as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. However, he was completely crushed by Lu Ming. "Let's go and find a place to break through to the Martial Emperor realm," Su Mo said. Being strong now doesn't necessarily mean that he'll be strong after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. Then, in a flash, these people left the place one after another to find a place to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. The heaven-earth yuan qi here was unbelievably dense. It was much denser than the sects outside. It was indeed worthy of being the secret realm of a great emperor, the cave residence of a great emperor. After Lu Yan escaped, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Bing Kong. "Lu Ming, please spare me." Bing Kong was extremely shocked. When he saw Lu Ming's arrival, he immediately screamed in fear. Whoosh! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. With a flick of his finger, a ray of spear radiance flew out and nailed the ice space to death. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent boom sounded in the distance. Bolts of lightning crossed thousands of miles, as if they were going to tear the world apart. Lu Ming looked into the distance and saw dark clouds gathering in the distance. A figure was resisting the lightning under the dark clouds. Someone's already trying to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that someone was trying to break through to the Martial Emperor realm and was going through the Emperor's Great Tribulation. Usually, no one would dare to disturb a tribulation. Otherwise, they would be implicated as well. Therefore, when ordinary people transcended tribulations, they had no scruples. Others did not dare to disturb them and instead had to leave far away. Boom! 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 Dark clouds gathered, and thousands of lightning cauldrons descended from the sky, bombarding the figure and drowning him. The great calamity of an emperor was extremely terrifying. That figure faced the sky and howled, resisting the heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming looked around for a while and left the place. He also needed to find a place to cultivate in peace and start to break through to the martial royal realm. Boom! 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 He had not flown far when another loud noise sounded in front of him. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts scattered. Another person was undergoing tribulation and charging towards the Emperor realm. Boom! Boom! Following that, Lu Ming heard the sound of thunder exploding in many directions. They were both undergoing tribulations and trying to break through to the Emperor realm. This time, hundreds of thousands of people had entered, many of whom had reached the limit of the Jizuan realm. This was especially true for the local young men. They were all suppressing their cultivation. Otherwise, they would have broken through to the Emperor realm a long time ago. They had suppressed their cultivation in order to enter the Great Emperor's secret realm. Now that they had entered the Great Emperor's secret realm, they no longer needed to suppress their cultivation and began to break through to the martial royal realm. Once they entered the martial royal realm, they would have the upper hand. Let's go. Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and left the area. After flying for more than 2 hours, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate mountain. He dug out a cave in one of the mountains and flew in. He blocked the cave and sat down cross-legged to begin cultivating. First of all, Lu Ming had to adjust his state to the extreme and look for an opportunity to start condensing a spirit body and break through to the realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was like a rock, sitting there cross-legged, motionless. The aura on his body became more and more condensed and rounded. However, Lu Ming could not find the feeling, the opportunity to break through. According to the chaos scripture, every breakthrough in the cultivation of the chaos will is 10 times, 100 times more difficult than others. There's no rush. Take it slow. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. His initially anxious heart slowly calmed down and he entered an ethereal state. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It's done. Lu Ming's face showed a smile. He immediately activated the Dragon God Combat Body technique of the extraordinary chapter of the True War Dragon technique. Roar! The 9 dragon bloodlines emerged and wrapped around Lu Ming's body. A layer of blood-red light emanated from the 9 dragon bloodline and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wanted to condense the bloodline of the 9 dragons into his body and merge it with his physical body to cultivate the Dragon God Combat Body. He activated the Dragon God Combat Body and the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline continuously fused into Lu Ming's body. The stronger one's bloodline was, the harder it was to refine it. Furthermore, there was still a certain level of danger. At this stage of bloodline cultivation, the power was already very strong, and it was very easy to burst the body. This was also a step that many people found difficult to take. Fortunately, Lu Ming had long cultivated the pure spirit body and had cultivated it to 100% completion. With the pure spirit body as the foundation, this step was not difficult for Lu Ming. The 9 dragon bloodline constantly turned into a bloody light and integrated into Lu Ming's body at an extremely fast speed. In less than an hour, the 9 dragon bloodline had completely faded. Then, with a bang, the 9 dragon bloodline collapsed and turned into a ball of bloody light, drilling into Lu Ming's body. The 9 streams of dragon energy in the 9 dragon bloodline naturally fused into Lu Ming's body along with the 9 dragon bloodline and became a part of his strength. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming's body was emitting a dragon's roar. However, he had yet to successfully cultivate the Dragon God Combat Body. He still needed to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Only through the tempering of the heavenly tribulation could he be considered to have truly succeeded in his cultivation. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed out of the cave, releasing his aura. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the sky. And NBSP hoo-hoo! In the sky, dark clouds suddenly appeared. These dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air. See La. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning slithered in the dark clouds like silver snakes. A powerful pressure spread down, filling the world with an oppressive aura. It made people feel as if a great disaster was coming. Boom! 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 In the sky, more and more dark clouds gathered, covering an area of 100 miles. Such a wide range. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had seen more than 10 people crossing the tribulation. Their emperor's great tribulation was covered in dark clouds and usually spanned about 10 miles. The larger ones were only about 20 miles. However, the area covered by Lu Ming's major tribulation was 100 miles and it was still growing. Then what's going on? Someone has become an emperor and is about to undergo tribulation, but what's with these tribulation clouds? It's this big, it's actually more than 100 miles away. Who's going through the tribulation? Could it be an innate spirit body? The aura of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was too shocking. It covered an area of more than 100 miles, but the pressure spread out to 100,000 miles away. Many people felt it and flew over in shock. Maybe it's really an innate spirit body, but why is it still growing? Even the tribulation clouds of an innate spirit body aren't this terrifying, right? Some people stood in the distance and watched. Chapter 1412 Tempering the body through the lightning tribulation. The more heaven-defying a person was, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. An innate spirit body was born against the natural order and was not an ordinary body. Therefore, it was the most terrifying when undergoing tribulation. However, the area of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had already exceeded that of an ordinary connate spirit body. Very soon, Lu Ming's tribulation cloud's range had reached 200 miles. Thick dark clouds filled the air above their heads, covering the sky and the sun. This kind of aura made people feel that a great disaster was coming. In the dark clouds, bolts of lightning were swimming. Some of them were as large as mountains and were extremely huge. In front of them, Lu Ming seemed very small. In the distance, more and more people were alarmed by the tribulation clouds. In the crowd, there was a person who looked at Lu Ming under the tribulation cloud with a cold gaze. He was Lu Yen of the Heavenly God sect. Senior brother Lu Yen, is this the person you were talking about? Beside Lu Yen, a few disciples of the Heavenly God sect asked. That's right, it's this person. So he's here to pass the tribulation and become a sovereign. Then let his beautiful dream come true. Lu Yen coldly said. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yen, are you planning to kill him while he is undergoing his tribulation? It's too dangerous. A disciple of the Heavenly God sect said with a grave expression. If he was dragged into the other party's tribulation, he would also suffer. It doesn't matter. I've just become an emperor, and I've also gone through a major tribulation. A tribulation can't do anything to me. Besides, I still have a tribulation transcending heavenly treasure with me. It'll kill him when he's going through the tribulation and make his dream of becoming an emperor vanish. Lu Yen said. That's right. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yen has already transcended the innate spirit body tribulation, which is an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. Coupled with the tribulation transcending heavenly treasure, there's indeed no harm in it. This brat is dead for sure. A few of the Heavenly God sect's disciples began to flatter him. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with ferocity. Boom! 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 The sky and earth rumbled. More and more lightning appeared in the dark clouds, constantly cutting through the sky and illuminating the world. Selah. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the void and struck down on Lu Ming. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and stood still, allowing the lightning to strike him. Boom! The lightning landed on Lu Ming's body, causing his body to go numb. A numbing sensation spread throughout his body. It feels good, let's do it again. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. He wanted to use lightning to form a spirit body. Boom! 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 Following that, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky one after another, striking towards Lu Ming. Some of the lightning bolts were as thick as mountains and completely drowned Lu Ming. The people around them watched quietly. They all knew that the heavenly tribulation wasn't very strong at the beginning, but it would get stronger and more terrifying later on. Endless lightning drowned Lu Ming. He did not know how many lightning bolts had struck down. It feels so good. Lu Ming did not use the early stage of the chaos domain. He did not even use his essential core to resist. He only used his physical body to resist the lightning tribulation. As the lightning struck down, Lu Ming's body felt numb and itchy. His spirit body continued to strengthen and condense under the tempering of the lightning tribulation. After a few minutes, the lightning in the sky suddenly stopped and did not strike down. However, this did not mean that it was over. Everyone knew that the truly powerful and terrifying lightning was about to descend. The aura in the sky became even more oppressive, and dark clouds rolled as if they were brewing. After a long while, Si La, Si La. Another bolt of lightning struck down. However, the lightning this time was very different from the previous ones. This time, the color of the lightning was deeper and it looked more terrifying. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning drowned Lu Ming. From the outside, Lu Ming's figure could not be seen at all. All they could see was a ball of white light. This kind of lightning was very dangerous for geniuses who were breaking through to the martial emperor realm. They had to do their best to resist it, and there was a risk of death if they were not careful. An ordinary person could become an emperor after passing this level of lightning tribulation. This kid's combat strength is very strong. There's still one more level of tribulation lightning, the purple flame tribulation lightning. That's the time for me to attack. In the crowd, Lu Yan's mind was spinning with thoughts, but he did not start attacking. This time, Lu Ming did not resist. He simply blocked it with his spirit body and circulated the dragon god combat body to condense his physical body. This power is more like it. The one just now was too weak. Lu Ming thought to himself, let the lightning tribulation strike me. If this was heard by others, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. To others, it was a fatal threat. However, to Lu Ming, it was just an ordinary threat. He did not need to resist at all. He could block it with his body. After a while, the wave of lightning tribulation ended. Boom! 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 Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. A purple light spread out. As expected, there's more. The next wave is the purple fire lightning tribulation. This guy is so strong. He's going to undergo 3 lightning tribulations. It's said that an innate spirit body needs to go through 4 lightning tribulations. I wonder if this guy will have 4 lightning tribulations. I don't know. This guy's dark clouds cover 200 miles, which is even larger than the dark clouds of the innate spirit body. There should be 4 layers, right? Discussions could be heard all around. This time, the tribulation clouds took even longer to brew. Half an hour passed. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky and struck Lu Ming. The lightning looked purple because it was covered with a layer of purple fire. It was a tribulation fire, which was as powerful as the lightning tribulation. The power of the two combined was even more shocking. Boom! The lightning struck Lu Ming's body. His body trembled slightly and he blocked the lightning. The lightning tribulation disappeared, but a layer of purple flames burned on Lu Ming's body. This was the terrifying power of the tribulation fire. The thunder tribulation could be extinguished, but the tribulation fire was difficult to extinguish. It would stick to the body of the person undergoing the tribulation until the person was burned to ashes. Lu Ming's body lit up with vital essence and began to resist the invasion of the tribulation fire. Boom! Boom! Following that, bolts of purple lightning tribulation struck down continuously and drowned Lu Ming. At that moment, a figure dashed towards the place where Lu Ming was undergoing his tribulation like a bolt of lightning. Many people were shocked. Who is that? What do you want to do? That's Lu Yen from the Heavenly God sect. He's going to charge into the other party's tribulation transcendence. Flowing Flame's breakthrough caused many people to be shocked. Buzz. Flowing Flame directly charged into the tribulation cloud's area of effect. Boom. As soon as he charged in, a bolt of purple lightning struck towards Lu Yen. However, Lu Yen casually waved his hand and the purple lightning was destroyed. He had just gone through a lightning tribulation, so this purple flame lightning tribulation couldn't do anything to him. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, even more purple lightning bolts struck toward Lu Yen. A layer of terrifying flames appeared on Lu Yan's body to block the lightning. He was breaking through the lightning tribulation and approaching Lu Ming. Flowing Flame. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Lu Yen actually wanted to kill him while he was undergoing his tribulation. Chapter 1413 Depressed Lu Yen, then come. Lu Ming sneered. Boom! 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 The purple lightning tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. Lightning bolts as thick as mountains kept striking down on the two of them. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming exploded. He punched out continuously with both fists. Streams of fist force rushed into the sky and destroyed the purple fire lightning tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be enraged by Lu Ming's outburst and the rush of the flowing flames. They churned violently and more purple flame lightning tribulation fell. So many lightning tribulations. But you can't stop me. Lu Yen shouted coldly. He swung his palm and a blade light burst out, breaking the lightning tribulation one by one. He was rapidly approaching Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he retreated rapidly, pulling apart the distance between him and Lu Yen. You can't escape. The flowing flame continued to break through the lightning and chased after Lu Ming. The tribulation cloud covered a radius of 200 miles. Lu Ming was in the center of the tribulation cloud. Lu Yen was only 80 to 90 miles away from Lu Ming. However, this distance was difficult to cross due to the lightning tribulation. As long as Lu Yen came close, Lu Ming would retreat. Damn it, you're courting death. Lu Yen shouted angrily as his aura exploded. The aura of a martial royal realm expert filled the air, and flames covered his body. His innate flame spiritual body had broken through the martial royal realm and completed a transformation. It had become even more terrifying, reaching the level of a low-grade spiritual body. The flames condensed into a long blade, and with a slash, it destroyed the lightning tribulation. His speed increased. However, the purple lightning tribulation suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation cloud seemed to be really angry. This time, it didn't even prepare. In the sky, dense lightning bolts struck down. This time, the lightning had 4 colors. There were 4 different colors of lightning, and the surface of each lightning was covered with different things. Some were covered in flames, some were covered in wind, some were covered in water, and some were golden in color. The 4th lightning punishment had arrived. This lightning tribulation was several times more terrifying than the pure purple flame lightning tribulation. This kind of lightning tribulation was the terrifying lightning tribulation that an innate spirit body had to face. Damn it! The 4th lightning punishment is coming so quickly. Lu Yen roared in his heart. The time it took for the 3rd and 4th lightning punishment to pass was faster than he had expected. The 4th lightning punishment was something that even he had to be careful about. A tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. With a thought, a purple bead flew out and hovered above Lu Yan's head, emitting a light barrier that enveloped Lu Yan. And NBSP, the tribulation lightning struck the purple light barrier, causing it to shake violently, but it was still blocked. What a powerful tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. It can even block the fourth heavenly tribulation. In the distance, many people revealed envious expressions. An ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasure would be considered pretty good if it could withstand the second lightning tribulation. However, Lu Yan's tribulation transcending heavenly treasure was actually able to withstand the fourth lightning tribulation. Its power was astonishing, and it was definitely a top-tier tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. Flowing Flame's speed increased greatly, and he approached Lu Ming rapidly. Buzz! Then, he rapidly retreated. Kill, die. Lu Yan bellowed as he swung his palm down. A vast flaming saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. But as soon as the blade light appeared, it was dispersed by the lightning tribulation. Damn it, I have to get close to that guy to kill him. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. He broke through the lightning tribulation and approached Lu Ming at top speed. However, Lu Ming used the wind element technique and retreated at top speed, maintaining a distance of several dozen miles from Lu Yan. What's wrong with this guy? How can he be so fast in the face of the fourth lightning tribulation? After chasing for a while, the distance between the two was still unable to be closed, causing Lu Yan to become a little anxious. He could not kill Lu Ming if he did not pull him closer. Of course, he did not know that the fourth wave of lightning punishment was a fatal threat to others. However, to Lu Ming, it was just fine. He did not have to go all out to resist it. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, circled around in this area. Damn it, brat, I'll spare your life today. After chasing for a while, seeing that he could not catch up to Lu Ming, Lu Yan wanted to retreat. You can't come and go as you please. Accompany me to continue the tribulation. Lu Ming sneered. As soon as Lu Yan retreated, Lu Ming advanced and closed the distance between him and Lu Yan, allowing the tribulation cloud to envelop Lu Yan. You're looking for death. Lu Yan flew into a rage and stopped retreating. He wanted to rush forward and kill Lu Ming, but as soon as he advanced, Lu Ming retreated, and as soon as he retreated, Lu Ming advanced. This infuriated Lu Yan, and he was unable to get away. This stalemate continued for a while before the lightning tribulation suddenly disappeared. The heavenly tribulation has passed. This guy needs to stabilize his realm. Let's see how you can catch me. The disappearance of the heavenly tribulation caused Lu Yan to be overjoyed. With the heavenly tribulation gone, he could easily escape and find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. However, the next moment, Lu Yan's expression changed drastically. That was because the tribulation clouds in the sky had not dissipated at all. Instead, they had become even thicker. The tribulation cloud that had originally covered a radius of 200 li suddenly expanded to cover a radius of 300 li. The oppressive pressure it gave off made it difficult for Lu Yan to breathe. How is that possible? Could this be the fifth lightning tribulation? Lu Yan roared, revealing a look of fear. Run, run, run. Lu Yan almost wanted to cry. He turned around and ran, trying to escape the range of the lightning tribulation. Gah! At this moment, a screech resounded through the sky as a huge goshawk descended from the sky at an incredible speed. In an instant, it had arrived above Lu Yan's head and was swooping down towards him. Fifth heavenly tribulation, thunder tribulation transformation. Lu Yan roared in horror, his face filled with disbelief. Lu Ming was still going through the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was the legendary fifth heavenly tribulation, the thunder tribulation manifestation. An ordinary innate spirit body would only have 4 lightning punishments when they went through the martial royal ordeal. Unless it was some extremely abnormal guy, there would be a 5th lightning punishment. Bang! The heavenly tribulation transcending treasure, the goshawk formed by the lightning tribulation, crashed into Lu Yan's heavenly tribulation transcending treasure, and the light screen formed by the heavenly tribulation transcending treasure trembled violently, almost collapsing. Run! Lu Yan's only thought right now was to escape, the further the better. However, Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He was rapidly approaching him. The lightning tribulation is taking form. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a lightning tribulation. It had appeared when he was undergoing the spiritual god tribulation. Roar! Roar! Two loud roars were heard as the two giant tigers formed by the lightning tribulation pounced toward Lu Ming. Prison suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming threw two punches and the two giant tigers were sent flying. On the other side, two more lightning tribulation goshawks appeared, and a total of 3 of them pounced toward Lu Yan. Bang! Bang! The light screen formed by the flowing flame tribulation transcending heavenly treasure finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. The bead also exploded. The heavenly tribulation transcending treasure exploded, and a few goshawks pounced toward Lu Yan. Get lost! Lu Yan roared. His domain covered his entire body and he charged toward the 3 goshawks. However, he had already passed the martial royal ordeal and entered the martial royal realm. Now that he was enveloped by the clouds of ordeal, the power of the lightning tribulation that struck him was greater than that of Lu Ming. It was his own ordeal. He had to face his own 5 great tribulations. Chapter 1414 Struck to death by lightning. However, he had only experienced the 4th stage of the martial emperor tribulation before. The power of the 5th stage had already exceeded his imagination. Boom! 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 Although flowing flame had sent the 3 thunder tribulation goshawks flying, he had also left a few bloody marks on his body. The power of the thunder tribulation was desperately drilling into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But to his despair, more lightning tribulation creatures appeared in the sky. This time, it was 2 giant pythons, and they pounced toward him. At the same time, the 3 goshawks also pounced towards Lu Yan. Now, he could only protect himself. He had no strength to chase after Lu Ming. After a few explosions, Lu Yan's body was in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many wounds appeared on his body, making him look extremely ferocious. If it wasn't for the fact that his fire spiritual body was extremely powerful, and that it was a low-tier earth spiritual body with extremely tenacious vitality, he would have been in danger. However, a few more living beings appeared in the sky and charged toward Lu Yan. In the end, a total of 9 lightning tribulation creatures surrounded Flowing Flame and began to fight. Flowing Flame used all of his strength to fight the 9 tribulation lightning creatures. Hold on, I must hold on. As long as I can survive this wave of lightning tribulation, I can escape. Not only that, I can also use the 5th wave of lightning tribulation to temper my spiritual body and make it stronger. Flowing Flame warned himself like this. He would use all of his strength to battle with the lightning tribulation creatures. Lu Ming was also facing the attacks of 6 lightning tribulation creatures, but he was much more relaxed than Lu Yan. The 3rd bloodline was suspended in the air, and wisps of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. He activated his vital essence and used the prison-suppressing heavenly art to fight the 9 lightning tribulation creatures. Every time Lu Ming threw a punch, a lightning tribulation creature would be sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming could also deliberately release some of the power of the lightning tribulation and let it surge into his body to temper his spirit body. It's not enough. This level of lightning tribulation is more or less enough to train my spirit body. However, it's still not enough to train my primal chaos domain to become a complete primal chaos domain. I need a stronger lightning tribulation. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If other people knew Lu Ming's thoughts, they would probably be angered to death. Other people hoped that the power of the lightning tribulation would be as weak as possible. However, Lu Ming felt that the power of the lightning tribulation was not enough and wanted a stronger lightning tribulation. This was already the 5th lightning punishment. Die, let's go. Lu Ming shouted. A layer of chaotic color suddenly spread out from his body. The embryonic form of the chaos domain was activated and Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw 9 punches in a row. The 9 living beings formed by the lightning bolts exploded and disappeared into wisps of lightning. The heavens, in the distance, the people who saw this scene were dumbfounded. All of a sudden, the 9 creatures formed by the lightning tribulation were scattered. This was too shocking. Didn't he see that on the other side, Lu Yen was trying his best to defend? He's done it. He's passed the Martial Emperor Tribulation, the 5th lightning tribulation. What a monster. When he grows up, he'll be able to compete with the top monsters in the Azure continent. That's right. This man has such potential. He seems to be a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Another monstrous figure has appeared in the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming's performance caused many people to discuss. Some people's eyes flickered as they pondered about how to get rid of Lu Ming and eliminate this great enemy. And NBSP hoo-hoo. Lu Yen was panting heavily. Lu Ming had defeated 9 lightning creatures in one go. The 9 lightning creatures that had besieged Lu Yen had also disappeared. Lu Yen was in an extremely miserable state. He was covered in injuries, and even now, there were still lightning bolts running around his body, causing his aura to be extremely weak. But he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed the lightning tribulation. However, Lu Yen suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the lightning tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky should have dissipated, right? Why were they still there? Furthermore, he had become stronger. Lu Yan's eyes widened. That's right, the tribulation cloud was rolling as if there was a savage beast roaring inside. The tribulation cloud's coverage had expanded again, covering a radius of 400 miles. Endless lightning bolts swam in the tribulation clouds, and the terrifying aura made people who were watching from thousands of miles away gasp. The 6th lightning tribulation. No, no. Lu Yen roared hysterically. The 6th round of lightning tribulation, it's good that it's coming. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming burst out laughing. In the distance, the people who were watching widened their eyes in disbelief. It was actually the 6th round of thunder tribulation. There was still a 6th round of thunder tribulation. They had thought that Lu Ming had survived this ordeal and it was over. However, he did not expect that Lu Ming's lightning tribulation would be beyond his imagination. There was actually a 6th lightning tribulation. The 6th lightning tribulation was a legendary lightning tribulation. It had not appeared in the Azure region for a long time. Escape, escape, escape. Lu Yen had gone completely mad, and he frantically tried to escape. However, whoosh! High up in the sky, a sword light slashed down towards flowing flame. Poochie! One of Lu Yan's arms was cut off, and the endless power of lightning turned the arm into ashes. The remaining power of lightning madly drilled into Lu Yan's wound, making it difficult for it to heal. Originally, with his fire spirit body, even if he were to lose an arm, he would be able to regrow it in an instant. At most, it would only cost him some vital chi. But now, under the destructive power of lightning, it was impossible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, 2 more weapons flew down from the sky. A saber and a spear. They were all made of lightning. The 6th heavenly tribulation, the lightning tribulation transforming into weapons. No! Lu Yen tried his best to block it, but the power of the 6th level was completely beyond the scope of his strength. The tribulation lightning war saber slashed down, breaking through Lu Yan's layers of defense. In the end, the lightning spear pierced through Lu Yan's forehead. Lu Yan let out a blood-curdling screech as his entire body exploded into flames and reappeared several kilometers away. At this moment, Lu Yan's face was deathly pale, and his aura was extremely weak. If he didn't have a low-tier earth spiritual body and a fire spiritual body, he would have died. However, even if he had managed to escape, the result was already set in stone. Buzz! In the sky, another combat sword slashed down. No! Lu Yan let out a long howl of unwillingness and took one last look at Lu Ming. He hoped to see Lu Ming die under the lightning tribulation. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. His entire body was covered in chaotic light as he fought against the thunder weapon. With a punch, one of the thunder weapons was sent flying. The combat sword slashed through Lu Yan's forehead. This time, Lu Yan could no longer recover. The destructive power of the lightning had destroyed his body and soul. Why? That was Lu Yan's last thought. Why? He had wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Why did he die under the lightning tribulation in the end? How ironic was this? Chapter 1415 World Refinement Tribulation Bell. The people who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. Lu Yan had taken the tribulation transcending heavenly treasure with him and had wanted to kill Lu Ming while he was transcending his tribulation. However, in the end, Lu Ming was fine, but Lu Yan himself had been killed by the heavenly tribulation. Lu Yan is really unlucky to have met a monster. Someone sighed. Many people nodded in agreement. Lu Yan was just unlucky. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary martial artist, or even if he had an innate spirit body, he would probably be killed by flowing flame in the lightning tribulation. However, Lu Ming was not one of them. He was a monster who could attract the sixth heavens test. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yan is dead. We have to report this matter to the other senior apprentices. This person can't be left alive. Some of the heavenly god sect disciples at the scene conversed with each other before leaving the place. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming swung his fist and collided with the combat weapon formed by the lightning tribulation. The terrifying sound of the collision resounded through the sky. All sorts of weapons rained down from the sky, but no matter how many thunder weapons there were, they could not stop Lu Ming. Good, this kind of power is right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. And NBSP he discovered that only the power of the seventh lightning tribulation could truly temper his primal chaos domain. Every time he punched out, there would be bolts of lightning around his body, helping him train his spirit body. A dragon's roar came from his body, as if a true dragon was about to awaken. Every time he clashed with the tribulation lightning weapon, it was a form of training for his primal chaos domain. He could feel that his chaos domain was transforming into a complete chaos domain. The seventh lightning punishment lasted for a long time, at least half an hour. Buzz! All of a sudden, Lu Ming's embryonic chaos realm contracted and retracted back into the spiritual god. But immediately after, it spread out again. However, this time, the chaos domain was no longer in its embryonic form, but a complete chaos domain. The primal chaos domain had finally broken through under the tempering of the sixth lightning tribulation, becoming a complete primal chaos domain. Boom! The complete chaos domain covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming threw a punch, and a blurry light of chaos burst out. The thunder tribulation weapons exploded with a bang. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was overjoyed. The complete chaos domain was too powerful. It was much, much stronger than the embryonic form of the chaos domain. At the same time, the other lightning tribulation warriors in the sky also scattered and disappeared without a trace. Have you transcended the heavenly tribulation? Many people had the same question in their minds. And NBSP who? At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky started to become smaller and started to gather towards the center. It seems that he has passed the thunder tribulation. This person is amazing. He has actually passed the 6th round of thunder tribulation. It's indeed amazing and terrifying. However, he's only at LV1 Martial Royal Realm now. He's far from those real Heaven's Pride experts. Unless he can grow up, it's useless no matter how strong he is if he dies halfway. The surrounding spectators began to discuss, thinking that Lu Ming had finally passed the heavenly tribulation. However, Lu Ming did not think so. He looked at the sky, his eyes shining. This was because he felt a powerful pressure that was several times stronger than the 6th heaven test. There's more. Lu Ming muttered. And NBSP hoo. The tribulation clouds within a radius of several hundred miles continued to gather, and finally turned into a tribulation cloud with a radius of only 30 miles. Crackling. In the tribulation cloud, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking the sky. At this time, those surrounding spectators also discovered that the situation was not right. What's going on? The tribulation clouds didn't dissipate, but instead gathered together. That kind of fluctuation makes one's heart palpitate. It can't be. There's also the 7th heavens test. When those people guessed the final answer, they were all stunned. The heavenly tribulation was not over yet. There was still the 7th lightning tribulation. How was this possible? In the Azure region, it had been tens of thousands of years since anyone had passed the 7th lightning tribulation. There was a legend in the world that those who could pass the 7th heavenly tribulation had the potential to become a great emperor. Although it only had the potential, it was already shocking enough. In the vast Azure continent, ever since Emperor Tsang disappeared, no other great emperor was born. Each great emperor was a legend in the world. They ruled an area and moved unhindered across the world. This kind of person's lifespan was unknown, and he almost lived forever. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become a great emperor. Oh my God, there's such a monster in Dragon God Valley. I wonder if he can survive this tribulation. Just watch. Look, the world refining tribulation bell. It's the world refining tribulation bell. It's said that the world refining tribulation bell only appears in the 7th lightning tribulation of the Martial Royal Tribulation. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared ahead. Above Lu Ming's head, the tribulation cloud rolled. Countless lightning bolts gathered to form a bell. It was a huge bell of tribulation lightning. Buzz! The bell trembled and descended from the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not avoid the bell of heavenly tribulation. He was enveloped by the world refinement tribulation bell. There was a terrifying energy within the bell that enveloped Lu Ming. It was a kind of refining power that could refine Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his quintessential essence. The chaos domain covered his entire body to resist the refining force. However, this power of refinement was extremely mysterious. Although a portion of it was blocked by the chaos domain, a small portion of it still seeped into the chaos domain and even into the spiritual god. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The spiritual god was the weakest and most crucial part of the human body. If the spiritual god was destroyed, it was equivalent to death. The refining power surged into his spiritual god, and a tearing pain instantly came from his spiritual god. The pain came from the soul, and it was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the physical body. The power of refinement could even refine the soul. Block it. Lu Ming growled and gritted his teeth. He knew that if he couldn't hold on any longer, his spiritual god would break apart and he would be completely refined by the world refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming had finally encountered a crisis since he transcended the tribulation. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the big bell, resisting with all his might. Outside, there were at least a few hundred people watching. They were curious if Lu Ming could survive the 7th lightning punishment. The seventh lightning tribulation, the world refinement tribulation bell. It's extremely terrifying and can refine everything. For tens of thousands of years, there have been geniuses in the Azure continent who faced such a tribulation, but they were all refined by the world refinement tribulation bell. That's right. It's too difficult to pass the seventh heaven test. Some people sighed. Time passed by slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming was still persevering in the world refinement tribulation bell. At this moment, Lu Ming's appearance was extremely terrifying. All the muscles in his body seemed to have been corroded away, leaving only a skeleton. In fact, the power of refinement had already begun to refine the bone banner. Inside the spiritual god was dim and had no light. Lu Ming's soul was like a candle flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Lu Ming becomes an emperor. However, Lu Ming did not give up. He was still resisting and persevering. Time passed by quickly. 10 hours passed, and another 10 hours passed. Lu Ming's entire skeleton armor was about to be refined. Only the chaos domain was still covering him. The soul fluctuations within the spiritual god were extremely weak, and as time passed, it became weaker and weaker. If Lu Ming's original soul force was equivalent to a moon, then his current soul force was equivalent to a firefly. Another 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming had been trapped in the world refining tribulation bell for 30 hours. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had completely disappeared. He had been refined by the world refining tribulation bell. And NBSP hoo. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed and disappeared. The world refining tribulation bell below also disappeared with a bang. As for Lu Ming, there was no trace of him at all. There was no one in the air. He had vanished into thin air. The heavenly tribulation has passed, but where are the people? There's no one here. It seems that this person didn't pass the seventh heavenly tribulation and was refined by the world refining tribulation bell. It's a pity that a monster of his generation died under the heavenly tribulation. I just said that no matter how monstrous he is, he's useless if he doesn't grow up. Sighs could be heard from all around. Some people felt pity for Lu Ming, who was a monstrous talent of his generation. He had fallen under the heavenly tribulation. However, there were also people who mocked him and even gloated. Let's go, we've already wasted too much time searching for the treasures left behind by the great emperor. Some people spoke, and soon, not a single person was left in this area. The sky was completely silent, as if everything that had happened earlier was an illusion. 2 hours later, a spot of light suddenly lit up at the place where Lu Ming had just transcended the tribulation. At first, the spot of light was a little dim, but slowly, it became brighter and brighter. At first, it was like a firefly, but slowly, it became like a candle. Then, it became like the stars, the sun, and the moon. A terrifying suction force was born from the light spot. The original chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was frantically gathering towards the light spot. The light spot was like a black hole, devouring the original chi. And NBSP hoo. Endless origin chi gathered, and the outline of the light spot slowly appeared. It was a human form. It was the spiritual god, Lu Ming's spiritual god. Lu Ming did not die. He was not refined. Previously, the tribulation clouds and the world refinement tribulation bell disappeared not because Lu Ming was refined and died, but because Lu Ming had successfully passed the tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ming was recovering. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. The origin energy of heaven and earth in a radius of tens of thousands of miles was extremely dense. Slowly, the origin energy around Lu Ming's spirit god turned into liquid. The liquid squirmed and began to condense into a physical body. Lu Ming's physical body. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, the shadow of 9 dragons emerged and entered Lu Ming's body, disappearing. Half a day later, Lu Ming's body was completely in the air. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, a set of clothes appeared and he put them on. I've finally made it through. What a terrifying world-refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Even Lu Ming had a narrow escape when he faced the refining corpse calamity bell. In the end, he managed to survive with his strong willpower. The world-refining tribulation bell was said to be able to refine the world. Its refining power was too terrifying. Not only could it refine the physical body, but it could also refine the spirit and soul. However, there were great benefits to surviving. Lu Ming's current realm had completely surpassed the spiritual god realm. He had entered the martial emperor realm. He was currently in the early stage of the first-level martial monarch realm. Boom! Lu Ming got up and threw a punch. A loud rumble was heard in the sky. A fist force flew out and pierced a huge hole in a mountain, making it bright from the front and back. This was the Yuan continent, the great emperor's secret realm, not the divine ruins continents. Everything in the world was extremely frozen. Lu Ming could punch through a mountain with one punch, so how terrifying was his power. Moreover, it was just pure physical strength. There's actually chaos chi permeating my body. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. His muscles and bones seemed to be filled with chaotic chi. Although it was very faint, it was indeed chaotic chi. Lu Ming's spirit body had also reached the level of a low-grade earth spirit body. It was the same as what was recorded in the dragon god combat body. However, due to the chaotic chi in his body, Lu Ming's spirit body was stronger than the average inferior earth spirit body. My soul has also been greatly improved and tempered. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the soul. He could feel that his soul was many times stronger than before, be it in terms of toughness, strength, or soul power. It was at least a few dozen times stronger. One was heaven and the other was earth. From what Lu Ming knew, it was extremely difficult to improve one's soul. It was more than 100 times more difficult than improving one's martial arts cultivation. The stronger the soul, the stronger the life force of the spiritual god. Even if the spiritual god was injured, it would not die easily. In short, Lu Ming had successfully broken through to the martial royal realm this time. He had improved greatly in all aspects, and his strength had skyrocketed. I wonder how strong I am now. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He did not dare to say anything else, but Lu Ming was confident that if he returned to the continent group of the divine ruins now, it would definitely be easy to kill the 4th-level martial emperors. Of course, the Yuan continent's emperor's combat strength far exceeded the divine ruins continent. Lu Ming had never fought him before, so it was not easy to measure. Also, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and pointed it at the void. Who? Instantly, a terrifying devouring force erupted from Lu Ming's palm. The origin chi in the world gathered toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The devouring power of the 9 dragons. According to the records of the dragon god combat body, the dragon god combat body condensed from 9 dragons retained the skill of devouring power. Moreover, Lu Ming's body could now burst out with devouring power at any time. It was more convenient than before. This way, my cultivation will be faster. Lu Ming smiled. With a thought, the devouring power disappeared. It's been more than 10 days since I entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. It's time to take action. I can't come to the Great Emperor's secret realm in vain. Lu Ming smiled, then stepped into the air and disappeared. The Great Emperor's secret realm was a plain. It was extremely vast and there were vast mountains everywhere. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He passed by the mountain below in a flash. There are buildings. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a building halfway up a mountain below him. He flew down. This was a palace. It looked very old, but it was intact. It was obvious that someone had lived here in the past. Lu Ming stepped in. The hall was quiet and empty. Lu Ming walked around but found nothing. Even if there's something here, it would have been taken away by others. Lu Ming smiled and left the place. Heavenly Dao mark. Next, Lu Ming saw a few places with buildings. However, he did not discover anything after entering. In some places, traces of fighting were found. It was clear that some people had arrived earlier and taken away the things inside the palace. The Great Emperor's secret realm naturally can't only have the Great Emperor living in it. It's said that there are many Saint Realm experts under the Great Emperor. As for the emperors, they're just servants. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Even if he couldn't get the treasures left by the Great Emperor, he would make a big profit as long as he could get the treasures left by the Saint Realm. It was obvious that the buildings that Lu Ming had encountered were the residences of the Great Emperor's subordinates. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a cave abode in a valley. At a glance, it was a cave abode where warriors cultivated in seclusion. Lu Ming walked toward the cave abode. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming was approaching the cave abode, a ray of sword light shot out from the cave abode and went straight for Lu Ming's throat. The sharpness of the sword was definitely that of an emperor. Clang! Lu Ming stretched out a finger and flicked it at the long sword. The long sword buzzed and trembled before it was sent flying. "It's you, Lu Ming." A delicate voice was heard. Lu Ming focused his eyes and was stunned. "Young Lady Qiu." The person who attacked Lu Ming just now was Qiu Yingying. "Lu Ming, I'm sorry. I thought it was someone else just now." Qiu Yingying looked at Lu Ming apologetically. "It's fine. Where's your brother?" Lu Ming said. "My brother is cultivating in there. An expert left a heavenly Dao mark in this cave abode." Qiu Yingying said. "Heavenly Dao engraving?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right, you'll know when you come in." Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming nodded and entered the cave abode with Qiu Yingying. The cave abode was very wide. On one of the walls of the cave abode, there was a mark that seemed to have been carved by someone with finger force. Lu Ming took a look and was deeply attracted. This mark was like the incarnation of the Great Tao. From this mark, one could comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao. It was very difficult for a martial monarch to improve. First of all, he had to comprehend his domain. Domains were divided into 9 levels. It corresponded to the 9th level of the martial royal realm. One's cultivation could only be improved after the territory was improved. In order to increase his cultivation, he not only needed to refine his Jin Yuan, but also his spirit body. Therefore, every step forward in the martial emperor realm was not easy. These great Tao marks were carved on the stone wall when experts comprehended the heavenly Tao. Later generations could comprehend the heavenly Tao according to the marks and comprehend their own domain from the heavenly Tao, thus achieving the goal of improving their domain. After a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Under the stone wall, a figure was sitting cross-legged, quietly comprehending. Obviously, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao had also passed the martial royal ordeal and reached the martial royal realm. Just now, Qiu Hao must have been comprehending the heaven Dao carvings here, and Qiu Yingying was guarding Qiu Hao. When she saw someone approaching, she attacked. "Young Lady Qiu, Brother Qiu is currently in the process of comprehending. We'll be standing guard outside the cave. I'm afraid we'll disturb him if we stay here." Lu Ming said. "All right." Qiu Yingying nodded and walked out of the cave abode with Lu Ming. They waited quietly outside. About 3 hours later, Qiu Hao walked out of the cave abode. He was overjoyed to see Lu Ming. "Brother, you finished comprehending?" Qiu Yingying asked. "Yes, that heavenly Tao mark is not too profound. Furthermore, with my comprehension, I can only comprehend up to this point. Qiu Hao nodded and sighed. Brother Lu, you'll have to comprehend it now. I've already comprehended it before. Big brother and I will guard you. Xiao Ying said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked into the cave abode. He sat cross-legged under the mark and stared at it. Buzz. The mark began to change in Lu Ming's eyes. It turned into wisps of the great Taoist aura, which was extremely mysterious. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and verified it with his chaos domain. The chaos realm was the king of all realms. It was all-encompassing, but no matter how mysterious it was also a part of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It also needed to be comprehended from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into an ethereal state. Chaos is everything. It is the beginning and the end of everything. As time passed, Lu Ming's body emitted a layer of chaotic radiance. The Qiu family siblings sat cross-legged outside the cave abode, protecting Lu Ming. Suddenly, the siblings opened their eyes at the same time and looked into the distance. Two beams of light streaked across the sky and flew towards them. Then, the light faded and two young men appeared in the sky. There's an ancient cave mansion here. I'm quite lucky. A young man laughed. The two of them descended from the sky and their eyes fell on Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao. We want this place, you guys can get lost. A young man waved his hand and said. Gentlemen, we found this place first. Besides, we have a friend who is cultivating inside. Qiu Ying explained. Nonsense, so what if we found it first? With your friends, well, get lost together. The young man from before berated. Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao's faces turned ugly. The other party was too overbearing. The moment they arrived, they immediately wanted to occupy this place and make Qiu Ying and the others scram. My friend is cultivating. Well, leave when he's done. Qiu Hao said. Nonsense, we don't have time to wait with you. If you don't leave, then stay here forever. The young man's face turned cold as a domain spread out from his body. Buzz. In a flash, he charged towards Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao. The other young man did not make a move, but just watched from the side with a cold smile. Autumn water, dense mist. Falling flowers and flowing water. Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao had no choice but to resist. The two of them both cultivated water domains. When their domains spread out, they formed water dragons that wrapped around each other. People from Dragon God Valley. Humph, Dragon God Valley has been going against my Tianqian sect all this time. They're really looking for death. The young man from before shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless sharp lights slashed out, cutting the water dragons apart and then towards Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao. Domain martial technique. Qiu Ying's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly released her domain. Her true qi burst forth, and two water shields were set up in front of her. Bang! 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 One after another, the sharp radiances struck the water shield, causing it to shake violently and on the verge of collapse. Break! The young man from before, who was also the young man from the Tianqian sect, pressed his palm down again. An even stronger sharp light burst out and pressed toward the Qiu family siblings. Boom! This time, the water shield could no longer hold on and exploded. The siblings groaned as their bodies were sent flying. They crashed into the wall and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. You dare to stop me? You're really looking for death. The young man from the Heaven God sect strode towards the Qiu sisters with a cold expression. I'll go in and take a look. The other youth from the Heavenly God sect dashed into the ancient cave and saw Lu Ming sitting cross-legged. Chapter 1418. Vast land. At the sight of Lu Ming, the young man from the heavenly god sect's expression changed. However, when he realized that Lu Ming was cultivating, his face revealed a look of surprise and ferocity. It's this brat, even senior brother Lu Yen wasn't his match. But it's really a blessing from the heavens, this brat is currently cultivating. As long as I kill this brat, the holy maiden will definitely look at me in a new light. The young man was overjoyed. His vital essence burst forth and he struck out a palm at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still cultivating and seemed to have forgotten himself. The terrifying palm force neared Lu Ming in an instant. At that moment, Lu Ming's body was filled with chaotic light and his chaotic domain bloomed outward on its own. Boom! The young man's palm landed on the chaotic domain, and his body shook violently. His expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying. He flew directly out of the entrance of the ancient cave mansion and fell on the ground. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted at a critical moment in their cultivation. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing outside the cave abode. Brother Lu. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao were overjoyed. At first, they were extremely worried when they saw the other person rush into the cave abode, but they could do nothing about it. Now that they saw Lu Ming coming out unscathed, they heaved a huge sigh of relief. It's him. The young man outside felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Lu Ming. They had seen Lu Ming from afar when he was transcending the tribulation. They were terrified to see him now. Let's go. Without a second thought, they turned and ran. The young man who was injured by Lu Ming did the same. Where do you want to go? Come back. Lu Ming's palm was in the air and he suddenly sucked. Buzz! A terrifying devouring force burst out from Lu Ming's palm and enveloped the two young men from the heavenly god sect. The other party was originally flying forward at high speed, but after being enveloped by the devouring power, his figure seemed to be fixed in place. Then, he was directly pulled back by the devouring power. No! The two of them roared and attacked with all their might, trying to break the devouring power. However, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and the chaos realm pressed down. The two of them trembled and spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were pulled back by the devouring power. Moreover, their blood essence, essential core, and fresh blood were rapidly flowing away and flying into Lu Ming's palm. No, spare my life. This situation made the two of them scream in fear. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. The devouring power continued to erupt. In just half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the two young men had turned into two dried corpses. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao both gasped. Firstly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The two young men of the Tiantian sect had both passed the martial royal ordeal and entered the martial royal realm. Moreover, they had both cultivated domain martial techniques and had powerful combat strength. The Chiu family's brother and sister could not defeat one of them even if they joined forces. However, in Lu Ming's hands, the other party could not fight back at all. Lu Ming had killed the two of them without even moving a step. The second reason was that he was shocked at Lu Ming's overbearing methods. He directly devoured people and turned them into mummies. After devouring their blood essence, Lu Ming began to refine them. Now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor, he had cultivated the dragon god combat body and devoured the refining power. He was much stronger than before. Very soon, the blood essence energy of both of them was almost completely refined by Lu Ming. As expected, it's not of much use. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. The devoured energy was still useful in increasing true yuan and condensing spirit bodies, but it had no effect on improving his territory. A domain was different from a concept. Intent realm. It has intent realm runes that can be devoured and refined. It can be fused into one's own intent realm runes to increase one's own intent realm. However, a domain was even more wondrous. It did not have a physical form and was just a form of comprehension of the martial artist. It was ethereal and naturally could not be devoured and refined. Therefore, one had to rely on their own comprehension to break through the domain. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. He only needed to focus on his domain. His true essence could still be improved by devouring the refining power. This was a huge advantage compared to others. Lu Ming, are you alright? Qiu Yingying stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. What about you guys? Lu Ming asked. We're only slightly injured. We'll be fine after we adjust our breathing. Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming, you can continue cultivating. We'll protect you. Qiu Hao said. Lu Ming shook his head and said, there's no need. The heavenly Tao mark is not too profound. I've already comprehended most of it. If I continue to comprehend it, I won't be able to gain much in a short period of time. You guys should recuperate first. After some comprehension, his chaos domain had improved a little. Not only was it completely stable, but it also seemed to have reached the middle stage of level 1. There were 9 levels of domains. Lu Ming could only break through to the second level of the Tao Martial Emperor realm if he cultivated the Chaos domain to level 2. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao sat down cross-legged, took a healing pill, and began to heal. 2 hours later, both of their injuries were almost fully recovered. The 3 of them did not stay any longer and soared into the sky, flying forward. Along the way, they came across some other buildings or cave abodes, but they were all one step ahead. The 3 of them did not stop and kept moving forward. Not long after, they arrived at a vast land. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge building complex in front of them. Huge palaces stood on a plain. From a distance, Lu Ming and the rest could see silhouettes flickering in the palaces. Many people were exploring the area. Such a large group of buildings. Could it be the emperor's bedroom? Even if it's not, it must be the residence of an important figure. There must be some treasures. Qiu Hao's eyes lit up. Let's go down and try our luck, let's go, Lu Ming said. The 3 of them descended and landed in front of a huge hall. Boom! Boom! And an astonishing boom erupted within the palace. The 3 of them walked up and saw 2 youths engaged in an intense battle. The ground was covered with corpses and blood that had yet to dry up. Hand over the treasure. One of the young men shouted and launched a crazy attack on the other young man. Don't even think about it. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Since I've obtained them, it means that I'm fated to obtain them. Another young man shouted. Bullshit, it'll kill you and the treasure will be mine. The man from before shouted. The 2 of them fought so fiercely that the palace was cracked and shattered. It was obvious that a treasure had appeared here and everyone was fighting for it. The corpses here were all heaven's favorites who had entered this place, but now, they were all dead. Let's go and take a look elsewhere. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them turned around and left for the other halls. Buzz. Buzz. And whoosh. Suddenly, a group of people flew out from a palace. There were more than 100 of them. They were all young men who had come in. Their faces were pale. Run, run. Quickly run. The young men shouted. Buzz. Dense inscriptions suddenly appeared in the palace, and then a large array appeared. A black light cut through the void and stabbed toward the youths. Chapter 1419 Underground Palace. Ah! 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 A series of shrill screams rang out. Most of the 100 or so people had their bodies pierced by the black light. They fell to the ground, screaming, and no longer made any sound. Only a dozen or so people managed to escape with their lives. All of a sudden, nearly 100 people died. Lu Ming could clearly see that out of the nearly 100 people, half of them had already passed the martial emperor's calamity and become martial emperors. The rest were still at the supreme level, but they had all died in an instant. The great emperor's secret realm was indeed not simple. There was danger at all times. Not only would they have to face the attacks of others, but the process of exploring would also be dangerous. I just saw someone sitting cross-legged inside. Indeed, there seems to be someone there, but there's no sign of life. He's already dead. There's definitely a treasure. The remaining 10 or so people didn't leave, but lingered around. This is an array, but it's no longer complete after so many years. If we find a gap, we might be able to enter. A young man who cultivated the Tao of inscription glanced around, trying to find a flaw in the formation. Lu Ming did the same as he scanned the surroundings of the hall. Although the clone had not recovered and Lu Ming could not inscribe the formation, he shared the knowledge of the clone. In other words, the main body had the knowledge and vision of the clone. Even if he could not break the formation, he could still find the flaws. You guys follow me closely. Lu Ming said to Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Then, he strode forward, with Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao following closely behind him. On the other side, the other young men also began to move, looking for the flaws in the formation and stepping in. Lu Ming, so you know about the Tao of inscription, but I don't feel your mental energy fire. Strange. As they walked, Qiu Yingying sized Lu Ming up curiously. She found it rather strange. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. The three of them walked in circles, and after a while, they finally passed through the formation and entered the hall. There's someone. Qiu Yingying said. In the hall, there was a person sitting cross-legged. It was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. Unfortunately, she had no life force. It was obvious that she was a corpse. Could this be someone from the great emperor's secret realm? Emperor Tsang has been missing for 60,000 years. Could this person have died 60,000 years ago? Qiu Hao guessed. Their hearts trembled. If this person had died 60,000 years ago and his body hadn't rotted yet, then his cultivation must be shockingly high. A saint. The three of them thought at the same time that only a saint realm expert could maintain his body for so many years without rotting. Otherwise, even a peak emperor's body would have rotted after 60,000 years. How did this person die? There's no wound at all. Qiu Yingying said. After a careful examination, he did not find any wounds on the other party's body. His storage ring is also gone. Could it be that he was killed and his storage ring was taken away? But why aren't there any wounds? Lu Ming frowned and could not figure it out. The few of them looked around. There were some chairs and tables in the hall, but after so many years, they had already rotted and turned into ashes. In the end, their gazes fell on the woman. She was wearing a purple feather dress, which was obviously a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it was still shining with spiritual light. This was definitely a valuable treasure. It was worn by a saint, so it was very likely a saint weapon. Holy weapon. Their eyes lit up. At this moment, footsteps were heard, and a few young men rushed in. The moment they entered, their gazes fell on the woman. Holy weapon. This is definitely a holy weapon. Its value is immeasurable. The few young men's eyes were burning with passion. Then, their gazes landed on Lu Ming and the rest, and a ferocious look flashed across their faces. How about we kill these people and split them equally? A young man said. Sure. Kill. The few young men charged at Lu Ming and the rest at the same time, unleashing all sorts of powerful techniques. These people were all very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the formation. When they attacked together, their power was astonishing. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward, and a violent aura emanated from his body. Boom! 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 Lu Ming continued to punch out, and his fist force streaked across the void. The attacks of the few youths were unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming's fist force and instantly collapsed. The fist force didn't stop and continued to bombard the few young men. No, their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their screams were drowned out by the fist force. When the fist force disappeared, Lu Ming had already pierced through the bodies of the few young men and they died on the spot. Ying, this feather robe is for a woman. Take it. Lu Ming said. This. How can I? Xiao Ying wanted to reject him. After all, they were only following Lu Ming and they were all relying on him. They had also relied on Lu Ming to enter this hall and kill those few people. She didn't even put in any effort, but the treasure was going to belong to her. How could she accept it? It's fine. We can't use a woman's things. Just accept it. Lu Ming said. Xiao Ying pondered for a moment before nodding her head. She bowed to the woman, then took off the feather clothes on the woman's body and kept them in her storage ring. Then, the three of them followed the original path and left the palace. An underground palace has appeared in front of us, let's go and take a look. There's definitely a valuable treasure. As soon as the three of them walked out of the palace, they heard this news. Streaks of rainbow light streaked across the void and flew towards the depths of the buildings. An underground palace? The three of them looked at each other and saw the intention in each other's eyes. Shall we go and take a look? Xiao Hao said. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them rose into the air and flew toward the depths of the building. Below them, the vast buildings flashed past. Soon, the three of them saw a dense crowd of thousands standing in the air before them. One by one, they exuded a powerful aura. More than half of them exuded the aura of martial emperors. Most of the young men who had entered this time were originally at the limit of the Supreme Being realm, especially the local young men. Therefore, as soon as they entered, they underwent their tribulation and broke through to the martial emperor realm. The rest had yet to break through because their cultivation had yet to reach the limit of the Supreme Being realm. The group of people looked forward. Lu Ming and the other two stepped forward and looked ahead. In front of them, on a plain, there was a place that had caved in. A layer of faint light was spreading out. It was a building in the corner. From its shape, it should be a corner of a huge palace. The other parts of the palace were still buried underground. From the conversations of the people around them, Lu Ming and the rest learned that there was a huge battle here previously. The ground caved in and they discovered this palace. Everyone, this palace is buried deep underground. It must be extraordinary. How about we dig it out? Someone suggested. The terrifying fortress, alright, I agree. I also agree. Everyone chimed in. Faced with such an underground palace, everyone was very tempted to go in and explore. Alright, let's start then. Then, he began to make his move. And NBSP, the people here were all experts with high cultivation, so it was naturally not difficult to excavate a palace. They split open the ground and threw large amounts of rocks and soil into the distance. Soon, a huge palace revealed its true appearance in front of everyone. Rather than a palace, it was more like a fortress. This fortress was extremely huge and grand. It could be seen that the people living in this fortress were also extraordinary. Could it be the great emperor's palace? Some people guessed. In front of the fortress, there was a stone door that was tightly closed. Buzz! Someone slashed out a sword light at the wall of the fortress, but the fortress didn't move at all. Not even a mark was left. It seemed that the only way to enter the fortress was through the gate. Boom! Someone sent out a palm print and hit the door from a distance. The door shook violently, but it did not open. Everyone, let's work together to break this door. Someone suggested, and everyone nodded. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Instantly, beams of light flew out from the crowd and headed for the gate of the fortress. Boom. 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 The door shook violently and began to shake. It's effective, continue. Bombard. More rainbow lights and all sorts of attacks were launched at the door. The door shook even more violently. Gotcha. Finally, the door creaked and slowly opened. A moment later, the door was completely opened. Behind the door was a dark area. At this moment, many people stopped and looked around. Now that the door had been opened, the people who had been working together just now would immediately become enemies and competitors, because everyone wanted the treasure. At this moment, Lu Ming did not know why, but he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He had a feeling that a great disaster was imminent. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, a terrifying sound rang out from within the fortress. A wave of fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate was emitted from the gate. Some of the young men standing in front didn't even have time to react before their bodies exploded. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming's expression changed. He pulled Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao and retreated frantically. Kill. 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 In the fortress, the roars were endless and contained endless killing intent. There was a strong sense of unwillingness in the voice. An invisible wave swept out from the door. One by one, the bodies of the young men exploded into pieces. Run, run, run. The rest of the people were scared out of their wits and frantically fled. However, the invisible fluctuation was spreading rapidly. One by one, the young men screamed miserably as they were crushed into pieces. Buzz. A wave of fluctuation spread towards Lu Ming, making his heart palpitate. Block it. Lu Ming set up a chaos domain in front of him, enveloping Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. At the same time, his glabella glowed and a lightning cauldron appeared in front of him. Clang! The lightning cauldron was the first to be hit by an invisible force. It trembled violently and was sent flying. Then, the Chaos Realm shook violently as well. A terrifying force passed through the Chaos Realm and acted on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. On the side, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao both spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. However, with the help of this force, Lu Ming retreated thousands of miles with the Qiu siblings and finally avoided the invisible attack. It could be seen how terrifying these fluctuations were. First, it sent the lightning cauldron flying. Then, it passed through the chaos domain and injured Lu Ming. The others were in a worse state. There had been thousands of them, but almost all of them had died from that attack. Only a few people had managed to survive by relying on powerful secret techniques and powerful artifacts. They all looked at the fortress with fear. That fortress was simply a fortress that demanded death. Could it be that a supreme expert was living inside? What was that loud roar just now? After a few roars, the roar stopped and did not continue. What's going on? Lu Ming and the rest stood in the distance, sizing up the fortress with fear on their faces. This fortress was too strange. Just like that, they waited for a moment, but now, the fortress was completely silent, without any movement. Buzz. At this moment, a jade talisman suddenly appeared on Qiu Yingying's body. This jade talisman gave off a slight vibration, and then a light barrier enveloped Qiu Yingying. What's going on? Qiu Yingying was shocked. Buzz. In the next moment, the jade talisman carried Qiu Yingying and flew towards the fortress in front of them. They flew through the gate of the fortress and disappeared. Their speed was astonishing. Yingying. Qiu Hao's face turned pale with shock as he hurriedly chased after her and disappeared from the main entrance. There was no other abnormality. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little confused. Why did a jade talisman suddenly fly out of Qiu Ying's body and bring her into the fortress? Everything changed so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. Let's go and take a look. In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. The lightning cauldron floated above his head and he enveloped his body with the chaos domain. He flew toward the gate of the fortress. There was nothing unusual all the way to the gate. Lu Ming did not stop. He flew directly into the door. Some people in the outside world were bewildered when they saw this. What's going on? Those few people who flew in were fine. Perhaps it's fine now. Someone said. However, no one dared to enter. After a long time, someone finally gritted his teeth and flew towards the gate. He flew into the gate and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, more people flew in. Furthermore, there were still people flying over from the distance. The inside of the fortress was very wide and huge. After Lu Ming flew through the door, a long passageway appeared in front of him. After flying past the passageway, he saw some forked corridors and passageways. Where did Ying and the others fly to? Lu Ming frowned. He then randomly chose a passage and walked forward. There were stone houses on both sides of the passage. Lu Zhou walked into the first stone house but found nothing. When he entered the second stone house, he finally made a discovery. A skeleton. Lu Ming had discovered a skeleton. The skeleton was as white as jade, and it sat cross-legged on the bed. It gave off the feeling that it had suddenly died while cultivating. Lu Ming deduced that he should be an emperor. However, after searching for a while, Lu Ming realized that the person's storage ring was also missing. Chapter 1421 Sacred Medicine. After sizing him up, Lu Ming left the place and headed to other stone houses. Lu Ming found a few skeletons in the stone houses one after another. They should be at the emperor level, but the storage rings were all gone. Lu Ming found nothing. Lu Ming walked along the passageway and finally came to a secret room. There were a few boxes in the secret room. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he opened one of the boxes. Inside, there were some refining materials. However, Lu Ming was overjoyed when he took a closer look. This was because these materials were too precious. They could all be used to refine saint weapons. If they were taken out, they would be worth cities. He had finally found something good. Lu Ming smiled and kept the box of refining materials into the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming opened the second big box. The second box also contained refining materials. They were all very precious refining materials for refining holy weapons. After Lu Ming kept it, he looked at the third box. There were only 3 boxes in total. The third box was the smallest. Could it be that they are all forging materials? Lu Ming thought to himself. He then opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a strange fluctuation spread out. This fluctuation was extremely mysterious. It was like the aura of the heavenly Tao. It was extremely similar to the aura emitted by the heavenly Tao engraving that Lu Ming had seen in the ancient cave mansion. This was the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lu Ming looked into the box. Inside the box were pieces of chaotic-colored stones. Each of them was about the size of a fist, and there were about 100 of them. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He seemed to have thought of something and he looked surprised. Could this be the heavenly Tao stone? Lu Ming's heart was thumping. The heavenly Tao stone, as its name suggested, contained the aura of the heavenly Tao. It was said that it was born from chaos at the beginning of the world. It contained the great Tao and was extremely precious. Martial royal realm experts could use the heavenly Tao stone to comprehend and upgrade their domains. Even sages could use the heavenly Tao stone to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. However, there were too few heavenly Tao stones. They were born at the beginning of the world, so there were very few of them. Moreover, with every piece used, there would be one less. Over the years, the number of heavenly Tao stones had been decreasing, and their prices had also become more and more precious. We're rich, we're rich. There are so many heavenly Tao stones here. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There were 108 pieces in total. My primal chaos domain is extremely difficult to cultivate and extremely slow to improve. It's far inferior to other domains. However, with the heavenly Tao stone, my speed won't be surpassed by others by too much. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The Chaos Realm, the Emperor of thousands of realms, was powerful, but it had a disadvantage. It was too difficult to cultivate. However, with the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming's comprehension speed would definitely be greatly accelerated. Lu Ming kept the heavenly Tao stone in a storage ring. He was afraid that it would be ruined by Dandan if he kept it in the mountain and river diagram. After keeping the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming left the place and continued to move forward. Not long after, there was light ahead, and at the same time, a burst of medicinal fragrance filled the air. The smell of herbs, there were spirit herbs. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he strode forward. As expected, there was a herb garden in front of Lu Ming. The strong herbal fragrance was rushing into Lu Ming's nose. So many spiritual herbs. This is the 1,000 opportunity fruit, and the jade snow lotus. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, and there was a burning glow in his eyes. At a glance, they were at least level 9 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming could tell that a few of them were half-divine herbs. A half-saint herb would become a saint herb if it advanced one step further. Lu Ming had once bought a half-divine medicine that was losing its spirituality and planted it next to the path understanding ancient tree. Now, it had completely recovered its original chi. However, there were at least 7 half-saint herbs here. Finally, Lu Ming looked ahead. It was a 1-meter tall, crystal-clear tree with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It had a magical energy fluctuation. Heaven liquid ancient tree. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with ecstasy. This was a saint herb, a true saint herb. Even a saint would break his head if he saw it. Every once in a while, a type of spiritual liquid would be produced on the branches and leaves of the heaven liquid ancient tree. It was called heaven liquid, and its value was immeasurable. Its effects were even greater than the water of life. Be it recovering true essence or healing injuries, it was extremely effective. There was a skeleton half-squatting beside the heaven liquid ancient tree. It held a jade bottle in its hand and seemed to be collecting the heaven liquid from the ancient tree. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the jade bottle. Indeed, there was half a bottle of heavenly liquid on the jade screen. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, he moved in a flash and put away all the level 9 spiritual herbs and the half-divine herbs. Finally, he uprooted the sky liquid ancient tree and planned to plant it in the mountain and river diagram. After keeping the spiritual herbs, Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. First, Lu Ming went to the second body. After a few months of recuperation and the help of a bottle of premium life potion, the second body had finally recovered from the explosion. However, his original chi had not fully recovered and he needed to rest. Lu Ming took out half a bottle of heavenly liquid, took it, and finished it in one gulp. He then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Following that, Lu Ming took a step forward and came to the place where Dandan and Bubbles were. The valley was originally filled with spirit herbs, but now, almost all of them had been eaten up. Dandan and Bubbles were sleeping soundly. As if sensing Lu Ming's arrival, Dandan opened her eyes in a daze and said, "Lu Ming, do you have any more spirit herbs? Give me some more. I'm about to recover. Take it." Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 supreme grade level 9 spiritual herbs flew out. Every single one of these spiritual herbs was at the supreme grade of level 9. Furthermore, they had been nurtured in the herb garden for at least 60,000 years. Their medicinal strength was astonishing, far exceeding that of ordinary supreme grade level 9 spiritual herbs. So many level 9 spiritual herbs. Boy, it seems that you have encountered another fortuitous encounter. Dandan's eyes lit up as she grabbed two and stuffed them into her mouth. Chirping. A white light flashed and Bubbles woke up. She grabbed a few spirit herbs and started gnawing. With these spirit herbs, you guys should be able to recover, right? Lu Ming said, his heart secretly aching. If he were to sell these spiritual herbs, he would definitely be able to sell them for a lot of rough stones. Well, with these spiritual herbs, it's almost time. If there are more, I can even advance. Dandan muttered, stuffing spiritual medicine into her mouth as she spoke. Oh, then I'll give you these too. Lu Ming took out the 7 half-divine herbs. If Dandan and Bubbles were to advance, it would be of great help to him, so he was naturally willing to part with them. Nest, this is a half-saint medicine. And 7. Dandan's eyes lit up. She leaped on all fours and pounced at Lu Ming. Bang! There was a flash of white light and a bubble appeared. It kicked Dandan away and appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It swallowed a half-divine medicine in one gulp. Chapter 1422 Not saving. Ah, little guy, you're pissing me off, you dare to kick me? Dandan roared and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder. She gritted her teeth and glared at the bubble fiercely. Chirping. Bubbles burped, blinked her big black eyes, and looked at Dandan innocently, making Dandan so angry that she almost vomited blood. Come, there are 6 half-saint herbs here. Each of you will get 3. Lu Ming gave the 6 half-divine herbs to Dandan and Bubbles. That's not fair. Why do I only have 3 while this little guy has 4? Dandan shouted. Fuck, how old are you? Aren't you embarrassed to be so serious with Bubbles? Lu Ming's face was full of disdain. Chirping. Bubbles took the 3 half-divine herbs and stuffed them into her mouth, snuggling in Lu Ming's arms. Dandan's face turned green with anger. She took the 3 half-saint herbs with hatred and ran away. Then, Lu Ming took out the heaven liquid ancient tree. Buzz! As soon as he took out the heaven liquid ancient tree, Dandan instantly rushed over again. Her eyes were wide open as she said, Nest, sacred medicine, a true sacred medicine. Hey, this is the heaven elixir fruit tree. It's different from other sacred medicines. It's a waste to swallow it directly. If you dare to touch it, it'll cook you. Lu Ming stared at Dandan and said. He was just a little afraid that this fellow would swallow the heavenly liquid ancient tree while he was not around. Why would I? Who am I? Moreover, the heaven liquid of the heaven liquid ancient tree is priceless. I know that there's no effect in directly swallowing it. Dandan smiled brightly, but her sneaky eyes still glanced at the heaven liquid ancient tree from time to time. Lu Ming could not be bothered with Dandan. He found a place and planted the heavenly liquid ancient tree. Lu Ming then exited the mountain and river diagram. This place is definitely the bedroom of an expert. Even if it's not a great emperor, it's still very impressive. Let's look for it again. Lu Ming left the herb garden and walked along the passageway. Soon, he saw many forked passageways. He chose one at random and searched for treasures in the fortress. During this time, he saw many skeletons. The bone armor was sparkling and translucent. They were all the bone armor of emperors. However, the strange thing was that these bone armor were completely undamaged. It didn't seem like they had experienced a great battle when they were alive. He didn't know how they had died. Furthermore, he did not see a single storage ring. Lu Ming explored along the way and gradually approached the center of the fortress. At the center of the fortress was a large hall, where an intense battle was taking place. More than a dozen young men and women surrounded the two of them. The two people who were surrounded were Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. At this moment, Qiu Yingying was sitting cross-legged, and her body was covered with a layer of holy light. She looked solemn, as if she had fallen into a kind of ethereal state. As for Qiu Hao, he held a shield in his hand and a golden bell floated above his head. Both the shield and the golden bell emitted rays of light and a mysterious aura. Buzz! Buzz! Two sword radiances, one from the left and the other from the right, pierced towards Qiu Hao at lightning speed and with shocking power. Buzz! The golden bell above Qiu Hao's head buzzed and two rays of light scattered down, destroying the two sword rays. A holy weapon is indeed powerful. A young man said. Everyone, let's attack together. The woman has obtained the inheritance of the expert here, and the man has two powerful saint weapons. One or two of us won't be able to take him down. A red-faced young man said. That's right, let's attack together. The others chimed in. All of them were at LV1 Martial Royal Realm. Qiu Hao's face turned serious when he sensed their auras. Brat, you'd better hand over your saint weapon. You can't swallow such a treasure. Also, break that woman's inheritance and make her hand over her inheritance. The red-faced young man said coldly as he looked at Qiu Yingying with greed in his eyes. This woman's luck was too good. She had actually obtained the inheritance of this place. The owner of this place was definitely an extraordinary expert. Who would not want the inheritance of such an expert? Don't even think about it. If you want to interrupt my sister's inheritance, she will be seriously injured or even killed. If you want to interrupt her, you will have to step over my dead body. Qiu Hao bellowed as he held his shield and the golden bell above his head buzzed. Humph, kid, don't think you're all that just because you have two saint weapons. You've just obtained them and haven't refined them yet. Besides, how much power can you use with your cultivation? You can't stop us. The red-faced young man sneered. Let's see who dares to touch the people of Dragon God Valley. At this moment, a voice came from a passage on the side of the hall. Then, with a flash, a group of people appeared in the hall. There were more than 20 people. Each of them released their aura. They were all martial emperors. Dragon God Valley. Qiu Hao's eyes lit up and he quickly shouted, Senior brothers, save us. So it's you guys. A chuckle came from the crowd of Dragon God Valley, and a figure stepped out. This person was wearing a silver robe and had a cold and arrogant expression. Who else could it be but Yin Feng? Yin Feng. Qiu Hao's expression changed. What's going on? Yin Feng strode out, and the other young men and women present had ugly expressions. It would be difficult to deal with so many people from Dragon God Valley. The treasures and inheritance here were discovered by all of us. Your Dragon God Valley wants to take it all for yourself. Aren't you too greedy? The red-faced young man said in a deep voice. Inheritance? A treasure? Yin Feng's eyes swept across Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao, and he immediately understood what was going on. A hint of greed flashed across his eyes. The two of you are quite lucky. One of you obtained an inheritance, and the other obtained a saint weapon. Now, hand over your saint weapon. Yin Feng said. Leave it to you. Qiu Hao's expression changed. That's right, leave it to me. You take it, can you keep it? Also, immediately interrupt your sister's inheritance. How can she be qualified to accept the inheritance of such a powerful expert? Yin Feng said with slight disdain. No, I can give you my treasures, but I can't interrupt Yingying's inheritance. Qiu Hao gritted his teeth. Can't. If you don't want to hand it over, then you'll have to deal with this on your own. Yin Feng's face turned cold. Yin Feng sneered and walked to the side with the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley as if it was none of their business. You guys. The elder said before that the disciples of Dragon God Valley should unite and help each other. You are not helping them. Xiao Hao looked at the red-faced young man and the others warily and shouted at the disciples of Dragon God Valley at the same time. United? We will naturally be united, but you are just a lowly ant from a savage island. What qualifications do you have to be united with us? Furthermore, you want to take over the treasures and inheritance. What a joke! Yin Feng sneered. In Dragon God Valley, Yin Feng's status seemed to be very high. The others looked at Xiao Hao and Xiao Yingying indifferently and had no intention of helping them. The red-faced young man and the others' eyes lit up at the sight of this. They slowly approached Xiao Hao, and a dozen powerful auras pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chapter 1423 Killed in one move, detestable. Xiao Hao growled in his heart. Yin Feng and the others were too despicable. They were clearly trying to use this method to force Xiao Hao and Xiao Yingying to hand over the inheritance. It was fine for him to hand over the treasures, but when he was accepting the inheritance, he had to be completely focused. If he were to forcefully interrupt, it would be extremely dangerous, as it would destroy Xiao Yingying. This was something he would never agree to. Even if he had to die. Xiao Hao stood in front of Xiao Yingying with the shield in his hand and the golden bell floating above his head. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The red-faced young man shouted coldly. Who do you want to help? At this moment, a clear voice sounded in the hall. Buzz. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed and a figure appeared beside Xiao Hao. His speed was so fast that no one could see how he had appeared. Lu Ming. Xiao Hao blurted out subconsciously. That's right, the person who had just appeared was Lu Ming. He had been walking around aimlessly in the fortress. Just now, he had arrived here and seen the scene in the hall. He used the wind elemental technique and appeared beside Xiao Hao. Yin Feng. The people from Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Yin Feng and the people from Dragon God Valley. The people of Dragon God Valley stood aside, not knowing what was going on. Lu Ming, it's like this, Xiao Hao briefly explained what had happened and Lu Ming immediately understood what had happened. How despicable. Lu Ming cast a glance at Yin Feng. It's this kid. Hee, this time, let's see how you die. When Yin Feng saw Lu Ming, he was stunned at first, then he revealed a cold smile. He was not Lu Ming's match before he reached the martial royal realm. However, now that he had reached the martial royal realm and his spirit body had transformed into a low-grade earth spirit body, he was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Brat, you want to interfere in this matter? The red-faced young man's gaze fell on Lu Ming. What do you think? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Lu Ming berated coldly. Presumptuous. You want to interfere in this matter alone? You're courting death. I'll kill you first. The red-faced young man shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. This person was a disciple of the Blood Demon Tower, one of the 13 top sects in the Azure region. Clang! Lu Ming flicked his finger and flicked the blood-red sword radiance away. At the same time, he moved and threw a punch at the red-faced young man. Why would I? The red-faced young man's sword gleam was flicked away by Lu Ming's finger. He was shocked. He waved the long sword in his hand and dozens of sharp blood-red sword gleams bloomed out, stabbing toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's fist force crushed over and the red-faced young man's sword gleam collapsed. Then, the fist force landed on the red-faced young man's body. The red-faced young man screamed in pain and his body flew out. His body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. There was no sign of life left in him. Lu Ming's punch had dispersed the spiritual god in the red-faced young man's body. At the side, the other young men were shocked. Killing the red-faced young man with one punch shocked him. Which one of you still wants to die? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other young men. The young men's expressions changed. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill him with more than a dozen of us working together. A young man growled. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming appeared beside him and threw a punch. This person was dead. Who else is there? Lu Ming said indifferently. His cold killing intent filled the air, causing the remaining young men's faces to turn ugly. Innate spirit body, this person must be an innate spirit body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong combat power. They growled in their hearts, thinking that Lu Ming had an innate spirit body. Once an innate spiritual body broke through to the martial royal realm, the spiritual body would undergo a transformation. At the very least, it could become a low-grade earth spiritual body. Its combat strength would be so strong that it could completely crush other martial artists of the same level. This fellow, at the side, Yin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Ming had also broken through to the martial emperor realm and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, he didn't really take it seriously. He could now kill a martial artist of the same level with one move. Get lost. Lu Ming berated. The dozen or so young men's faces were ugly, but they had no choice but to retreat. However, they only walked to the side and did not leave. They could tell that Yin Feng and the others were not on good terms with the Chiuhao sisters. They would not give up so easily. Perhaps they could take advantage of the situation later. Why aren't you guys leaving? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Yin Feng and the rest. Humph. Yin Feng's face was gloomy. He snorted and said, Lu Ming, do you think you can keep these treasures and legacies? It's best if you hand the treasure over to us. We'll help you bring it out and hand it over to the sect, hand it over to the sect. We will hand it over ourselves. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you're capable. They'll test your confidence now to see if you can keep the treasure. Yin Feng stepped forward, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. You've been defeated, yet you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming said in disdain. That was then and this is now. Lu Ming, today, they'll let you see the difference between you and me. He said. Roar. Yin Feng's body glowed with a silver light and a dragon's roar reverberated through the hall. His body glowed with silver light and turned into a silver dragon that wrapped around his body. Silver dragon combat body. A terrifying spirit body. Silver dragon blazing star fist, die. The silver dragon roared and charged at Lu Ming like a beam of silver light. The Silver Emperor's spiritual weapon glove on its fist glowed with a dazzling light. As the fist force passed by, the space shook violently. Boom! Lu Ming casually took a step forward and threw a punch. There was nothing unusual about this punch. It was ordinary. Thump! The two fists collided like two meteors. The terrifying sound waves caused the hall to rumble. Then, a figure retreated. It was Yin Feng. He took 7 steps back, and with every step, the hall rumbled as if it was shaking violently. Impossible. Disbelief flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. After breaking through to the Emperor level, his spirit body had become a low-grade earth spirit body and was extremely powerful. With the addition of his territory and the Emperor's spiritual weapon, he thought that he would be able to crush Lu Ming. But now, he was completely at a disadvantage in just one move. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Ming had not used his full strength. Low-class earth spiritual body, you lowly ant, how could you cultivate a low-class earth spiritual body? Yin Feng roared. You think you're very noble? Do you think you're so great with a low-class earth spiritual body? They'll let you know that even if we're both low-class earth spiritual bodies, you're not worth mentioning in front of me. Lu Ming said coldly and took a step forward. Thump. With a single step, the hall rumbled. Lu Ming appeared in front of Yin Feng. His body was like a huge dragon, twisting and swaying. A powerful force flowed through his arm and he threw a punch. Explode, die. Yin Feng roared as his aura started to increase. The peak of the first-level martial emperor realm. The prodigy leader. The aura on Yin Feng's body was extremely shocking. He had reached the peak of the LV-1 martial royal realm. The great emperor's secret realm had only been open for a dozen days, but Yin Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV-1 martial royal realm. This was truly shocking. However, it wasn't hard to understand. A genius like Yin Feng, who had lived in the Yuan continent since he was young, had already reached the limit of the Supreme Being realm. The reason why he hadn't broken through to the martial emperor realm was because he had been suppressing it. His goal was to enter the great emperor's secret realm. They had been suppressed for too long and had accumulated too much. Once they broke through to the emperor realm, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It was normal for them to reach the peak of the first-level martial emperor realm in a dozen days. In fact, it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the second level of the martial royal realm. Yin Feng exploded with all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. Thump. The two fists collided, and the sound was like the ringing of a bell. However, the result was the same. Despite Yin Feng's peak LV-1 martial emperor realm cultivation, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to retreat. In fact, Lu Ming did not even use the Chaos Realm. He simply used the Dragon God combat body and the prison-suppressing heavenly technique to fight. Although Lu Ming's astral body was of the same level as Yin Feng, a low-grade astral body, he had been tempered by the world refinement tribulation bell. There was a trace of chaos chi in his body, which made his astral body stronger than the average low-grade astral body. It was close to a medium-grade earth spiritual body. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to punch like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing Yin Feng. Yin Feng's body trembled and he kept retreating. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the side, the others were greatly shocked. Yin Feng was an innate spiritual body and had even evolved into a low-grade earth spiritual body, but he was still not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming, this young man from the Savage Island, had a combat strength that was beyond their imagination. What's wrong? This is your combat power. Is this the source of your confidence? Didn't you want me to see the difference between you and me? Lu Ming sneered. Yin Feng let out a beast-like roar. He was so aggrieved. At the supreme level, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Even now, he was still suppressed. End. A blood-red light flashed on Lu Ming's spine. A wisp of energy from his third blood meridian gushed into Lu Ming's body. A layer of blood-red light emerged on Lu Ming's body, and endless killing intent enveloped Yin Feng. Yin Feng shivered as he was enveloped by the endless killing intent. Boom! After borrowing the power of his third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. When his fist collided with Yin Feng's fist again, a cracking sound was heard from Yin Feng's arm. His arm was completely twisted. Arg! Yin Feng screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress! Lu Ming pressed his hand down and the phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared on his arm, pressing down on Yin Feng. Bang! Yin Feng raised his arms and tried his best to resist. However, he was pressed down by Lu Ming's palm and he immediately knelt down. With a loud bang, he knelt on the ground in front of Lu Ming. Even if you want to beg for mercy, there's no need for such a big gift, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm going to kill you. Yin Feng's eyes were red. He roared in anger and struggled madly. Last time, Lu Ming had stepped on his face 9 times and he had become the laughingstock of Dragon God Valley. He was also ridiculed by his competitors. Now, he was kneeling in front of Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away in his life. Even if he were to rise up against the heavens and rule the world in the future, this incident would still be a stain on his life. He was furious. He roared. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked him. The sole of his foot landed on Yin Feng's face again. Yin Feng screamed and his body slid down the floor. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Yin Feng, about to stomp on him again. Enough! A voice was heard from the crowd of Dragon God Valley. Then, a figure rushed out at an amazing speed. Buzz! 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 The figure instantly stretched out 9 blood-red dragon claws and clawed at Lu Ming. The wind from the claw howled with a mournful sound, and its power was astonishing. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he was scratched by the dragon claw, he would be crushed to pieces. Lu Ming identified the position by listening to the sound and struck out 9 palms in a row. His palms were covered by the chaos domain and collided with the 9 blood-red dragon claws. Bang! 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 There were 9 consecutive explosions. Lu Ming's figure was blocked, and the figure used the force to drift back dozens of meters. Second-level Martial Emperor Realm. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly and he looked at the other party. It was a very young man in his 20s. He looked even younger than Lu Ming and was very handsome. Furthermore, he had striking blood-red long hair that was tied up casually. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he recognized this person. There were many geniuses and experts from the 13 top sects and forces who entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. This was especially so for the local talents. They had received the best training since young and had many innate spirit bodies. Their combat power was extremely strong. However, there were still leaders among these people who suppressed the others. The leader of Dragon God Valley was Lu. Lu Ming had heard people talking about this on their way to the Great Emperor's secret realm. That was why Lu Ming recognized this person. This person was indeed powerful. He had only entered the Great Emperor's secret realm for a short time, but his cultivation had already broken through to LV2 Martial Royal Realm. It was truly shocking. Ah, Lu, help me kill him, help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted hysterically. He was about to go crazy. Lu Ming, your combat strength is impressive. Let's fight another day. Let's go. To everyone's surprise, Lu didn't continue fighting, but retreated instead. Lu, what are you doing? Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted. Nonsense. Lu looked at Yin Feng coldly. He grabbed Yin Feng and walked into a passage. The other geniuses of Dragon God Valley looked at each other for a while before following Lu and leaving. After walking for a while, Lu, why didn't you kill that bastard and take the treasure? Yin Feng still asked. That's because even if I take action, I don't have absolute confidence that I can take down this Lu Ming. Lu stopped and said solemnly. What? The others from Dragon God Valley, including Yin Feng, were all stunned. How is that possible? Yin Feng asked after a while. Your cultivation has already broken through to the LV2 Martial Royal Realm, and your spiritual body is a medium-grade Earth spiritual body. How could you not defeat that kid? Lu frowned and seemed to be thinking. After a long while, he let out a long breath and said, this Lu Ming gives me a very dangerous feeling. We exchanged a few moves in a hurry just now. He did not use his full strength at all. I have a feeling that if we were to fight to the death now, I might be the one who dies. What? Yin Feng and the others were stunned once again. They found it hard to believe. He Yu, the unparalleled genius of Dragon God Valley, actually thought that he was no match for Lu Ming. How was this possible? There were not many people in the younger generation of the Dragon God Valley who could cultivate a medium-grade earth spiritual body. He Yu would definitely become a top figure in the Dragon God Valley in the future. How could such a figure be no match for a young man from a deserted island? The Rainbow Bridge. Let's go. We shouldn't provoke him in the Great Emperor's secret realm for the time being. When my cultivation improves, they'll be 100% confident. He Yu said and then strode forward. Lu Ming watched as He Yu and the rest left, not pursuing them. He wasn't afraid of He Yu, but he was afraid of causing more trouble. Right now, Qiu Yingying was trying her best to receive the inheritance. If he were to fight with He Yu, the commotion would be too great, and it would probably affect Qiu Yingying's inheritance. Seeing that He Yu and the rest had left, the rest of the spectators did not dare to stay any longer. They all ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao and Lu Ming were left in the hall. Lu Ming, you have saved us again. Many thanks. Qiu Hao walked to Lu Ming's side and cupped his fists at him. His eyes were filled with gratitude. During this period of time, Lu Ming had saved the siblings many times. Otherwise, they did not know what the consequences would be. Naturally, he was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. You don't have to be so polite. We're friends, aren't we? Since I've encountered it, do you expect me to just stand by and do nothing? Lu Ming said it casually, but Qiu Hao was even more grateful. By the way, Lu Ming, I got 2 holy weapons here. You can take this shield. Lu Ming said. Qiu Hao passed the shield to Lu Ming. Brother Qiu, this is your chance, why are you giving it to me? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Although holy weapons were very precious, to be honest, Lu Ming was very tempted. However, this was Qiu Hao's opportunity and Lu Ming would not take it away from him. Lu Ming, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to keep these 2 holy weapons. The golden bell is very compatible with me, but the shield isn't. Perhaps it's more suitable for you. Qiu Hao insisted on giving the shield to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to take the shield. It's so heavy. As he took the shield, he felt his palms sink slightly. Lu Ming had cultivated the Dragon God combat body and was extremely powerful. However, he still felt that the shield was a little heavy. Its weight was shocking. The shield exuded a mysterious wave, which was similar to the air-frozen bead and the lightning cauldron that Lu Ming had obtained. A holy weapon shield is definitely a rare treasure. Lu Ming also liked it a little. This shield was priceless in the outside world. Immediately, Lu Ming and Qiu Hao sat cross-legged on Qiu Yingying's left and right, and began to refine their own saint weapons. Zhen Yuan poured into the shield. The shield hummed and emitted a buzzing sound. Not long after, the shield shrunk rapidly and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. The shield could already be considered to be at the initial stage of refinement. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to completely refine it now and he could not unleash the full power of the shield. This was a holy weapon. Just like the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming had been in possession of it for many years but he could only unleash a small portion of its power. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Lu Ming stood up and realized that Qiu Hao was still refining the golden bell. The golden bell hovered above Qiu Hao's head and shone with a bright light that enveloped him. After a while, the golden bell turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into Qiu Hao's forehead. He had also completed the initial refinement. Buzz! At this moment, Qiu Yingying's body emitted a strong wave of energy. So strong. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a sage when he sensed the fluctuation. The terrifying pressure made him feel suffocated. But this fluctuation, the moment it was released, it quickly converged into Qiu Yingying's body and disappeared. At this time, Qiu Yingying opened her eyes. "Yingying, did you succeed?" Qiu Hao looked at Qiu Yingying expectantly. "I've succeeded." Qiu Yingying nodded, and Qiu Hao was overjoyed. "Lu Ming, thank you for your help." Qiu Yingying bowed to Lu Ming. Previously, although she was receiving the legacy, she still had a vague sense of what was happening in the outside world. She knew that Lu Ming had saved them. Otherwise, Qiu Yingying would not have received the legacy. It would be considered good if she could even keep her life. "You're welcome, Yingying. Why were you suddenly brought in earlier? What's going on?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "It's that jade token. I obtained it by accident when I first entered the Great Sovereign's secret realm. I didn't know what it was for, so I kept it with me. I didn't expect it to be the key to the inheritance here. I obtained the inheritance with this jade token," Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming sighed. This was an opportunity. "Yingying, did you get any useful information from the inheritance?" Qiu Hao asked curiously. "I haven't fully digested the inheritance yet. I've only just received it, so I don't know much. I only know that this is the inheritance of an absolute saint senior," Qiu Yingying said. "Absolute saint?" Lu Ming and Qiu Hao were shocked. An absolute saint was an existence that was close to a great emperor. For Qiu Yingying to actually obtain the inheritance of an absolute saint, the two of them were happy for Qiu Yingying. "However, in the inheritance, I did obtain an important piece of information regarding Emperor Tsang. It said that the 7 inheritances will appear. When the 7 rainbow bridges break through the void, Emperor Tsang's bedroom will appear," Qiu Yingying said. 7 different inheritances? Yingying, you're one of them, but what do you mean by 7 rainbow bridges? Lu Ming frowned. Qiu Yingying also shook her head, indicating that she did not know. "Let's go, well go out first. I'm afraid the other places have already been searched," Lu Ming said. Then, the 3 of them went out. After going around here and there, the 3 of them left the fortress. Buzz. When the 3 of them left the fortress, the entire fortress trembled violently and a bright light shone. In the end, under everyone's shocked gazes, the light gathered on the fortress and formed a massive rainbow that pierced through the air, extending to an unknown place and disappearing into the vast sky. "Rainbow Bridge, this is the Rainbow Bridge!" Qiu Hao exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Rainbow Bridge. Now, they understood. It seemed that there were 7 kinds of inheritances in this secret realm. Whenever someone obtained an inheritance, a rainbow bridge would be activated, leading to the depths of the void. Emperor Tsang's bedroom would only appear when the 7 rainbow bridges converged. Buzz! 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 The fortress trembled, causing many of the young men in the fortress to fly out. They looked up at the sky, at the rainbow bridge, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? Many people looked at each other. Let's go and find the next inheritance, Lu Ming said. They naturally wouldn't explain it to the others. The 3 of them soared into the sky and left the place. Whoosh! Not long after they flew out, a rainbow light suddenly broke into the void in the distant sky. Rainbow Bridge, another rainbow bridge. It was obvious that someone had already obtained the inheritance. One end of the 2 rainbow bridges broke into the void, and they were heading in the same direction. Not long after, the secret of the rainbow bridge was finally revealed. With an extremely fast speed, it spread throughout the entire mystic realm, causing everyone's hearts to burn with excitement. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.